Our sister RP is in the place to be. What's up, sister?
Et Sin E. How you doing?
Et Senate E. I'm doing nefer.
Oh, great, great. Um, well, I got it today. I was thinking it was coming from France, but then I did the tracking and it was outside actually when I went to check, and here it is.
Oh, that's what's up. It's just like my hat. That's what's up.
Yeah,
Let me do the solo layout. There it is, brothers and sisters. That's
yeah.
what's up.
I really like this. Yeah, so I have an after school program that I help facilitate. And I'm going to wear this because we're going to start talking about coding. So I'm going to
Okay.
use this as an introduction because this is a code. It's
Mm.
ancient code, but it's still a code. And then we're going to be able to, demonstrate. I'll be able to demonstrate to them the meanings inside each of the, glyphs and stuff. So, but yeah, I was looking online and I was like, this is actually like really good designs. So as soon as I get some more, extra money, I'm gonna get the matching hat and I want to get a Ma'at shirt. But I really like the Kemet one to start with. Yeah, so it's really good. And the prices ain't bad either. So
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I
yeah.
appreciate that.
But
Donnie
you know
really
what?
has wrote. Yes, go ahead,
Hmm?
sister. Go ahead, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that boonie cover, the hat, I don't know what they call it. I call it a boonie cover. I really like that with the
The bandana?
nah, it's
Or the cover, the protection cover thing.
yeah, it goes all the
Yeah.
way around. That's the one I want to get next too. Yeah.
You. Oh, do you mean that?
It's a hat that I don't know what they call it. It's like a
Oh,
beach
like a
hat.
beanie low,
Yeah.
like a hat for winter, like.
Or that you would wear if it's sunny, but it goes all the way around.
Oh yeah, I get it. I get it. Oh, okay. I didn't even know that was added. you know.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I
All
like
right.
that one
Okay.
too. But
Okay.
yeah, I
Okay.
got it. Proud owner of my own my Aunt
Kemet shirt.
Forever shirt. Kemet. Yeah.
That's what's up. That's what's up.
Yeah.
Damn, I was on mute. Oh my goodness. All right, sorted. Thank you, Donnie Williams. Hotep Senuhena Senut I Tiren Ishakandugu Kemet. I hope you're doing well. The title of this live stream is Guilty of Raping a Child, Yet Defended by the HOK. The HOK is the House of Consciousness. I've added the hashtag, how old was the victim? Because that's the main thing we want to know. Okay, who's in the place to be? Donnie Williams, you know how we rock. Texas Bama is in the place to be. Now, yesterday, Chris Snakes came on the panel. I went straight to the point. How old was the girl? He wanted to talk about something else. Then he was in the chat, threatening to flag my account. So he obviously doesn't want to say how old the girl is. He could have said, I don't know. He could have said he didn't know. So since he didn't say that, it's possible that he knows, but he may realize that it wouldn't be fly for the people to know how old the girl was. Fine. All right. We ain't going to chase the dude. I've also asked Sanetta. I made a dedicated video to ask Sanetta how old the victim was. Sanetta is not answering. Fine. All right. I don't think I'm going to just make a single video for each of the HOK members. So I put the HOK here so Reggie can let us know. I mean, remember, Reggie stated publicly that he has no regret giving information to a pedophile, that's Sanetta's word, pedophile, to go against a comedic person. Not only he committed treason, but he gave information to somebody who turned out to be a pedophile, and he stated that he has no regret. And like I've said for many years, Pan-Africans defend rapists and child molesters, pedophiles. They do. And when I say Pan-Africans, not just people who label themselves Pan-Africans. You know, with the HOK, that's what it is. You've already heard Sanetta, on one hand, try to label the situation gossiping, and on another hand, probably because of the backlash, he acted like he wanted to confront Tazariak about the situation. But they were very, very careful not to mention that it was Tazariak's cousin. That was a slip-up from Chris MVP Harris. Now we know that's the cousin. So just watch Reggie saying 3 times in a row that he has no regret giving information to a pedophile who actually ended up trying to extort him. So you would think like, damn, if he doesn't care about the children, he would care about himself. Somebody's trying to extort you. He still has no regret, man. That's the type of man you're dealing with, if you want to call that man. That's the type of males, you know. You can be a male doesn't mean that you are a man.
Reggie, you know that's a comedic song, right?
No, it's a Nubian song.
It's a comedic song as well, Reggie.
No, it's a Nubian song.
It's still a comedic song. African.
No, it's a Nubian song. It's African.
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay. That's why I got the back of the stick.
You dancing, man. You should give me that unk, brother.
Oh, man. Oh,
you should give me that unk, Reggie. That'll be a real good gift. I got a birthday coming up, Reggie.
I know, but somebody gave it to me as a gift. I can't give a gift away. But listen, this is mahogany, boy, man. Man, oh man, this will put a whipping on you. That's what I put a whipping on some of the kinematics.
Well, why would you want to put a whipping on them using the stick of life, the unk of life, brother?
Because they need
the unk of tear down and put a whipping on.
Because see, they live in a world where it's all Kemet. The Kemet's 12th dynasty. We're talking about pre-dynastic, first dynasty, right? Old Kingdom. Pyramids was built before there was a word called Kemet.
Can I ask you a question, Reggie?
Oh shit!
It's not gonna be a light question, brother. You got the right to say no. I'm telling you, I won't be mad at you.
Yeah.
You got the right to say nah, brother. I don't want no questions right now, Sal.
No, you can ask me a question.
You sure? Don't get mad at me.
What? You can ask me a question.
I always wanted to know.
Yeah.
Do you have anything against brothers who really teach like Black Power, Red, Black, and Green, and Kemet. And Kemet the number one.
No, I don't have a problem with teaching Kemet. I have a problem with rituals and things like that.
So why did you? Because I never asked you, and you never answered me. Why did you really go against Seti in that debate for a Hebrew against Seti?
Oh no, well, Seti's situation is that he was saying that he was a student of Dr. Yosef Ben Jochanan. And
what's the matter with saying that though? I mean, because he said that, you're gonna go and give information to
I didn't give any information
to a pedophile? Now you see he's a pedophile now.
No, but you know what I'm saying? Chickens come home to roost. Chickens come home to roost. And so when you was beefing with Seti, I stay out of there. I'm on my business. Yeah. I wasn't beefing. I was beefing with the information. The information is it needed to be cited, right? We need. But
I think at that time, we were like, cool. I think that's what really made Seti have to run.
Me?
When he saw that shit, because he probably think in his mind that I was down with that shit, bro.
No.
You know, because I never spoke to Seti about that shit.
Oh, there's sacred infinite energy. Like you want to be.
That nigga really probably think I was down with that. That's why he don't pick up my phone calls or none of that. He probably really think I was down with that shit.
Hey, listen. I mean, I didn't. What did he use? He asked me a couple of questions. I'm a researcher. You know, I help anybody out, Captain.
But you're helping out the enemy. Them niggas look at us as enemies, bro.
I know what questions to answer because I ultimately, at the end of the day, we had to deal with the Hebrews. Ultimately, at the end of the day, and Saad, you benefited so much from that, from my research and the work that I did. Come on. Because sometimes, you know, you just got to bring them in, see what they saying, and...
Come on, man. Yo, Reggie.
Hey, sometimes, and so the Hebrews, they were a little happy, and you know what happens when you get happy and you start missing material, and so we end up getting them in some other groups.
You just got to get, Reggie, some tougher skin. What's your sign, Reggie?
I don't have a sign, but I was born in March.
Okay. You gotta get some tough skin, man. That's all.
Can I ask you a question, Sanada?
Yeah.
You said he's a pedophile. You were talking about Nazi, were you?
Yes.
Can you just tell us what it is about? And you see, I'm not going to say, oh, you talk about people. You know, that's what everybody does.
No. This is different. Yasser, you know, because the Hebrews would say anything about polite real quick, but they own man. Nasi Yashavel ended up being a goddamn pedophile, having sex with one of his wife's daughters, man. And he got ran out of town.
How old was she, the girl?
I don't know.
Was she underage?
Reggie, do you remember that?
She was underage, and but you know, look,
and guess what? Hebrews tried to cover that shit up, but it was coming out so quick and hard. Now, the only Hebrew Israelite I heard speak on that was Captain Tazariot and Daniel Allah. Everybody else tried to cover that shit quick.
And Zion Lex.
And Zion Lex had Mighty Hebrew, and people said Mighty Hebrew went to jail for sexual misconduct with a minor, and that's Garfield Reed.
Yeah, you just bring stuff.
That's Garfield Reed who said that. Reggie, don't protect the pedophiles, please.
I'm not protecting.
Well, let me speak, Reggie, please. Garfield Reed said that. You didn't go at Garfield for saying that. So we're gonna warn.
We say
we gotta hide our kids and hide our wives. Let's warn the community so we know where it is safe to walk out with children. I think it's a honorable cause.
Yeah. There's a lot of people in our community that need to get out, and so I don't know why y'all be so mad at Brother Reggie for information. I'm interested in information.
Who said that I'm mad at you?
I'm
not mad at you for begging against the comedics.
I'm over that, but at the time I was mad as hell because you know I wanted all my people to bust their fucking ass.
All right. So
And I
now,
don't know how that information got out. How did that get out, Reggie?
what information?
With you giving information to
Oh, because Nazi accused me.
see
when we
that?
were
You
doing-
helped this nigga, and look at what he did. He came out and told on you, bro.
Yeah, he
That's
did.
fucked up.
He played you, Reggie.
No,
He
didn't
used you,
play
G.
me.
That shit is crazy. You helped this nigga win a debate, and he come back and tell the people.
Yeah, no, that was what you call extortion. So he didn't want me to do Kim on trial, and so he tried to extort me. But we ended up doing Kim on trial. You remember it was in the church.
Mm-hmm.
It was in the church, and he wanted to see if I was a sucker, and how can I say I can be extorted? Shit, I wasn't extorted on my block. What the hell am I going to be extorted? So if I said something, I said it. But it was all information. How can information?
How did that make you feel that he came out and told everybody what you did? Because nobody knew
People that did worse shit to me, Sa. So come on.
Yeah.
People that did worse shit to me, but it was about information. It was about getting me out of the picture, right? If I was out of the picture, Polite wouldn't have went to Egypt, right? I wouldn't have used my energy to try to figure out. I wouldn't have got smashed.
Polite is a bad motherfucker, boy.
I
When he had that debate, Kimmon on trial, that motherfucker took a plane to Israel. And he went to Israel and seen the shit that they got. He filmed that shit and showed all these niggas got his fucking paper between the cracks and shit. I said, oh my God. When he showed that shit, Kimmon on trial, the people was like, oh, the fucking room went crazy. This nigga on the plane going to Israel.
Hey, yo, I'm Mil Carr. Yo, check this out, man. I did a video on sex, money, and murder, prequel. Go see me on my block, my dude. I got my lunch money taken every day in the school. No, you should see my video on sex, money, and murder, dude. I'm from the Bronx, yo. I'm not tough like that. I just changed my life.
So Reggie, do you regret it? Do you regret you did that for him?
No, it's playing chess.
It's playing chess.
Yeah, playing chess with information. See, information
Reggie,
is
you lost that chess.
You don't regret that though, Reg?
No, I don't regret it because I know what I said to him. See, sometimes you talk to get information. So I just wanted to see where they at, what they knew, right?
Mm-hmm.
And on Kim on trial, we was ready for every little nasty thing that they had to say. But y'all don't give me no credit for that. Everybody else gets credit.
No, I'm saying you don't regret from the SETI debate.
No, I don't regret on the SETI debate because it was on SETI to defend. But SETI didn't call us. SETI didn't. There was a lot of people SETI could have called for help.
All right, so you heard this is so damaging, man, on so many levels. Now, I did not really catch that like that because I played that excerpt a few times, but I have a shorter version. When I brought up the fact that Garfield Reed stated publicly that the Mighty Hebrew had some sexual misconduct stuff, you seen how agitated Reggie got, you know? Now, Reggie said in that clip you just heard, I help everybody, Captain Tazariak. That's interesting. Remember, the Ma'at is a bird. The first time I heard it in my whole life, it came out of Tazi's mouth. And then who jumped out of the window publicly to say, yeah, he lied on Ma'at. He's a bird. And I made a video about that. I use his own writing. I'm talking about the butler, Reggie. Then Sanetta, this damn liar, I think like, oh, maybe that's what said he was mad at me. I told you about Sanetta saying, tell Seti's mother to come suck my, you know. Now, the first time I heard it, it was the video. Young Pharaoh was holding the phone. The loudspeaker was on. And I think I think Sadie was in the back, but I'm not 100% sure. And that was when they decided not to go along with the debate because the terms of the debate were messed up. And not long ago, Scam Cheddar revealed that it was Reggie who wrote the terms of the debate, not just a debate, but basically like, the intellectual property, And Farrell said many times that they wouldn't have been allowed to sell the debate, So Scam Cheddar said, and he said it more than once, tell Sadie's mother to come suck my you know what. And now you want to act like, oh, maybe that was Reggie's fault that there was a situation. I mean, you have to be a damn fool. Maybe he forgot. Let's say he has memory loss issues, right? Now, another thing you've seen when I said standing against child molestation is a noble cause. You see that Reggie was like, it was very forced. Very forced. Now, another thing that's noteworthy, what you heard was like probably 4 or 5 months ago. Senator said Polite is a bad mother effer. Oh, he went to, he went over there and showed the stuff like he went to Israel, whatever. So Senator is on tape congratulating Polite a few months ago, and Polite caught that case like 2 years ago. That was before Tazariak told Senator, well, if Polite is on the panel, I'm done. Then he obliged. But he was still congratulating Polite just a few months ago, man. You understand what I'm saying? So, if you ask Butler Reggie, how old was the child molested by Captain Tazayak's cousin? You notice that when I asked how old was she, Sanay was like, was she a minor? Was she underage? Who said that she was underage? The girl molested by Nasia Chouvel? It's Butler Reggie who said so. Chris Nix is all the way in Florida, man. It has no way of knowing that stuff if he wasn't told by some people in New York. They probably all know how old the girl was, and that's why they don't want to say how old the girl was. But they're going to talk about Polite's case. They're going to talk about Bambara. You even heard Reggie saying, well, yeah, when Sanetta said, the Hebrews were covering that stuff regarding Nasi. Oh, yeah, Zaya talk about it. Zion Lex talk about it. All right, so why don't they talk about the girl that was molested by Zayak's cousin? How old was she? If you ask Reggie, he may answer. Probably he will answer.
Man, a good man.
And it will sound more like, he's a good man. A good man. If you ask, what's the name? Scamcha, how old the girl was, he may just say, well, he's a good man. I cannot really do Scamchetta's voice. I will have to take some substance to do his voice. You know what I'm saying? If you ask Garfield Reed, track field, from the Dead Dagger Squad, he may say,
he's a good man. A good man.
Or more accurately, he may say, him a good man. A good man. Ask them. We have that hashtag. We need to find out how old was the victim. Hashtag, how old was the victim? And he may be more surprising than Polite or even Nasi. He may be so young you won't even believe it. Let me go to the comments, man. So yeah, we have to make the distinction and the separation. Pan-Africans have been defending rapists and child molesters, pedophiles for years. And here you have a clear example. And it's not just Pan-Africans, because some people are part of the so-called conscious community, you know what I'm saying? It's the same thing. They are defending and protecting convicted rapists, convicted child molesters, right? And you remember what Jabari said about Polite, who didn't have his day in court. But amazingly, when people had their day in court and they were found guilty in the court of law, now Jabari has no problem. So Jabari also saying the shrine of Ma'at have no problem with convicted child molesters. Otherwise, he would have spoken out.
First, let me say to you, I'm not planning on being here long talking about these issues, but I do want to say to you that there have been a number of things that have occurred that are quite concerning, that I'm sure that you are aware of. I really need to say to you that first, let's begin with the allegations, and the arrest and the subsequent arrest of Brother Polite. It is so important for us to acknowledge that the charges that have been levied against Brother Polite, and in fact his subsequent arrest, are very serious. They're very serious. And I do know that there are some of you who would like to say that that we should simply wait until all of this is adjudicated in court. And clearly, I think that we should recognize that, of course, it is going to be adjudicated in court. Of course it is. Of course, this is something that is so serious, that the allegations are so vile that they will be adjudicated in court. It is not our role to convict Brother Polite before that occurs. However, I'm going to say to you, when the allegations are as serious as they are, we need to take them seriously. And in taking them seriously, I think it should be pretty clear that we should expect Brother Polite to be on timeout. At the very least. At the very least, he needs to sit down and not do the things that he had been doing. I think that I've been concerned by some of there's only one way to call it, flossing that he's been doing on social media during this time.
So you heard it. It was most likely over competition. And that's why he spoke publicly regarding Polite's case, for which there was no trial yet. But those people had a trial and were found guilty of child molestation, and who gets money sent by those HOK people who have advertisement for their products on the HOK and who get paid doing the debates on the HOK. We know where that money is going. We don't hear Jabari complaining about those guys defending convicted child molesters on the panel, but he had issues about Polite who didn't have his day in court. That's a huge hypocrisy. Texas Bama wrote said it too, so I don't know if there's any misunderstanding, because this is about Butler Reggie, Goofy. And Texas Bama wrote, okay, he was speaking of SETI being won. I don't know what you mean about being won, but just to make it clear, nobody was saying that SETI had anything to do with child molestation, whatever. I don't know if there's a misunderstanding, that floated in the air, but Scam Cheddar was interrogating, or let's say asking, Butler Reggie why he went and gave information to Nasi Yashuvel, who is a Hebrew Israelite. Back then we knew Butler Reggie as what we refer to as Kemetic. You understand what I'm saying? A student and follower of Dr. Ben. So it doesn't make sense for you to go against SETI, who was representing for Kemet, and also for what Dr. Ben thought. And said he knew Dr. Ben. He met Dr. Ben. There's even a picture of the two together. But Butler Reggie want to act like he knew Dr. Ben better. What difference does it make? SETI is still following in the footsteps. Butler Reggie isn't. Yes, Reggie is copying. Reggie is full aware. Most likely he's aware. But I mean, it's simple, man. He talked about, Kemet, 12th century. All right. 12th century BC, 3,000 years ago. He's talking about stuff that happened 3,000 years ago. And you mean to tell me that Reggie is in New York and he doesn't know how old the girl was? Yes, Chris Snakes. V Bennett is in the place to be, Hotep. Taking names, you went on a roll call with falling out. Hashtag he was a good man. Yes, let's hear it again. If you ask any of the House of Consciousness, rape okay, how old was the girl molested by the ISUPK member who happens to be Tozayek's cousin, that we know thanks to Chris MVP Harris. How old was the girl? They're going to say, well, he was found guilty, but
He's a good man. A good man.
he's a good man, a good man. Do you know how many Pan-Africans I heard say, it's in French though. I have a Pan-African, it's in French. Actually, he's a Nation of Islam member. He denied it, but then I saw his other Facebook account where he was dressed with the suit, the bow tie, selling the final call in the street, and he was busted. I posted it. He said, oh, yeah, you found my other account, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. So he lied. I asked him, are you a member of the Nation of Islam? He said, no. Have you ever been a member of the Nation of Islam? He said, no. This is on tape. And the same video, he said, because I told him, I ain't down with black people who are molesters, rapists. He said, if a black man is a rapist, a child molester, I still consider him a member of my family. He said that on tape. He said that on tape, man. He said that on tape. And maybe he felt so messed up about saying that, like a few weeks after, they came and attacked me. He could have said, man, hey, I went too far. So you have many black people who are like that, man. Some will say it publicly, others will say it privately. But they have this feeling, this code that as long as it's a black guy, no matter if he rapes children or women, he is still a brother. And that's how the HOK gets down. You will be surprised. Remember the elder grandfather from Bermuda? Feel free to ask him how he feels about the child molesters and rapists. You'll be surprised, man. But he's clever enough not to say it publicly. He says it privately. You have some grown men, fathers, grandfathers, and maybe some of them great-grandfathers. If you ask them how they feel about rapists and child molesters, you'll be surprised. Well, we need to focus on the enemy. Yeah. Donnie Williams wrote, Jabari is a small fry. I don't know what a small fry means. Text Obama wrote, corrected if I'm wrong, but Jabari and Taz didn't have his stance until Shaka jumped on their heads. This stance, okay. Jabari and Taz didn't have this stance until Shaka jumped on their heads. I don't really understand what you mean, but feel free to rephrase. He don't ride with me. Typo by SETI meant to say wasn't. Okay, I get it. Butler is appropriate. Oh, man. But anyway, if somebody wants to holler, feel free. Remember, they will try to deter. They will try to talk about everything else on the planet except a simple issue. How old was the victim? And that's what we have to focus on. That's what we have to focus on. They will talk about gangs. They will talk about drugs. They will talk about politics. They will talk about Ukraine. They will talk about China. They will talk about the Illuminati, the Freemasons. They will talk about everything. But how old was the victim? Our African brothers and sisters see us. Well, sadly, in Africa, some people are capping for rapists and child molesters too. I've already played when I was doing a tour in a museum. And a lady who's a Pan-African, she said he's a pedophile, talking about one of the Pan-African scholar. She even said the name, but you don't hear it well. But I was there. Person said who? She said the name. She said he's a pedophile twice. And another Pan-African dude went basically like stop talking. And that guy who wanted her to stop talking, he's from the same country as a Pan-African scholar. It goes deep, man. It goes deep, man. So it's not exclusive to America. Child molestation goes on around the world. But around the world, people don't go publicly and cap and cape and make excuses for the child molesters, like Chris MVP Harry did. That's his cousin. You don't know what happened in the court? What? What are you insinuating? What are you insinuating? Oh, dang. You're going to ride with me. And unfortunately, some people kind of see Americans as higher and superior, so they like to copy and emulate, man. So when they say, oh, man, they're cool with the rapists and the child molesters, they be like, okay, we might as well just ride with this. That Moorish foolishness that Sabia Bey and Tashtarik Bey has been teaching, including Lord Abba. Some of them are trying to copy that stuff, you know. And anybody with a little bit of sense know that this is foolishness, that this is a hoax. I mean, we have people publicly praising, black people, black person like Sabia, praising Ibn Khaldun. Ibn Khaldun. My goodness, the dude had so many negrophobic, anti-black statements. It's bananas. And he was given money by his followers to travel to Tunisia to pose in front of the statue of that negrophobic person, that anti-black person. And I've already played. I pulled up on this channel. And I told him, you know he was anti-black, right? He told me I sound stupid and I sound like a butthole. I'm being called names. I'm being disrespected for merely stating that the dude was negrophobic, that he was anti-black. Those are your morals. Taj Tariq Bey talking about black means pale. When you say black power, you're saying pale power. All this foolishness, man. And all these guys, they're being on the HOK. The HOK has polluted the mind of black folks for a good 20 years, man. And on top of being pseudo and promoting pseudo people, they are now pushing for the rehabilitation of the convicted rapists and child molesters. It was a long time ago. That's old stuff. You don't know what happened in the court. You don't know what happened in the court. Well, do you know what happened in the court? Where's the court summary? Where's the court transcript? How old was the victim? Haven't you noticed? I asked how old was the victim? Dude came in here. Then his groupie, Danielle Knight, came in here. But they don't want to say how old the victim was. She must have been very young, man. The guy's been in prison for over 10 years. We have to find out. We are on a world scale. Yes, indeed. It shouldn't take long to find out. We need to find out. And I still haven't got any answer. Since in the conscious community, when it's old stuff, it's forgotten. Let bygones be bygones. Then can somebody please tell me how long it takes when a rapist of a child is considered all good, a brother, you get a pass? How long does it take? Is it 1 year after the prison sentence? 2 years, 5 years, 10 years? How long? How long? I would like to know that. I would like to know that. Can you imagine how many of those people molested children? Now let's check what was said. Let's check it out.
Since I've been a part of this conscious community, sexual misconduct has been condemned and vilified almost unanimously. We saw the rise and fall of Dr. York. We had Hebrew Israelite, the brother by the name of Mighty Hebrew. He was convicted, I think, twice for sexual behavior against minors. He was widely condemned by the Hebrew Israelite community, but apparently forgiven by the Israelites, because I see him all over the place right now on everybody's channel. Another brother by the name of Nazi Yashavel, another Israelite, also involved in sexual misconduct with a minor. We have no idea where this brother is, but he's been sheltered somewhere by an Israelite group.
We have those guys who've been convicted for sexual misconduct. Garfield Reed spoke about this. Yourself, you spoke about Nazi. And Garfield Reed said that Hebrew camps are sheltering Nazi. So, and you know, it's sensitive because I know he's your friend, but you know, Mighty Hebrew, several people have said that he was convicted for sexual misconduct, that he went to jail for that. So how you gonna
he did?
Well, oh well, okay, well, you know, so you'll confirm it, you know. So why
everybody know that he went to jail for that? Yeah.
Well, I didn't know that, you know what I'm saying? So obviously,
but Hebrews cover up for Hebrews. That's what they do.
All right. So
and they go on everybody's platform and none of them niggas say a damn thing. But if I talk to Polite on the phone, oh man, how the fuck? So I'm never talking to Polite. Nigga, get the hell out of my chat. I talk to who I want to talk to. Innocent, like you said, into proven guilty, man.
Yeah. He was not convicted yet. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. So Garfield Reed didn't lie then. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When he talked about and Garfield Reed said even twice he thinks. Some people said that the second time is because he did not sign.
Yeah, he got violated. He got violated the second time. Yes.
Yeah. So what does it mean he got violated?
Well, he had a violation. I don't know why, but they came back and locked him up again on a violation charge, something like that. But all them niggas been doing that shit for a long time. Hebrews been out there molesting people and all that shit for a long time, and it's always covered up by other Hebrew Israelites. The only way we'll find out about it if we looking and searching and we see it. Oh shit, this pops up, and we catch it, you know, and then they'll come out and say something about it because we got them.
So here was in a good mood. So it's like, oh, I don't know why he got violated. And when he wasn't such in a good mood, he was more explicit.
How about the mighty fucking Hebrew? This nigga went to jail for rape, dog.
Oh, go ahead.
You know what I'm saying? Like, nigga,
and that nigga back in the community, like everything good. Hebrews quiet. What about Nazi Yashavel?
Hold on. Let me get this nigga.
Let's not forget the mighty Hebrew nigga, who you get constantly on your channel, who's on all the Hebrews channel. Don't forget the mighty Hebrew, the bald head nigga, been already incarcerated in prison for molesting a young child. He came home and they violated him again because the nigga was trying to fuck with another child.
All right. My computer's battery is low, so I'm moving on to the phone. So you heard he was like, yeah, innocent until proven guilty. I got to talk to whoever I want. Until Tazariak told him, man, the light's on your panel. I'm done. Right? Now, what else did he say? I didn't say it. He said it. So many what?
Listen, you think I'm
okay, can I talk now? Can I talk now?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. So Sekou didn't say anything pseudo at all. And the people have stated that for years. You know, now, Sanetta, if you don't mind, you said that other people teach that you can have sex with a 9-year-old girl. Like, do you mind telling which other Hebrews or like organization teach that? Because you see, I'm not from New York, you know, so to me it's news. And I'd like to know when I go to New York with my daughter, where I should avoid going. So if you don't mind, Sanetta, which other Hebrews or like organization teach that thing that GMS teach?
Well, there's a lot of Hebrew Israelite groups out there. that teach that. I'm not calling out no names or nothing like that. All I'm gonna tell you is that a lot of them teach that, brother. A lot of Hebrew Israelites teach that.
I appreciate that.
And as for my brother Unc, you know, I love you, man, but I'm gonna still keep and tell the truth. To me, when we say things like go back to Africa and teach that, Unc, I'm simply saying, look at what we do. We over here in America and we talk about shit we don't know what's going on in Africa. So they could say the same goddamn thing about us. Yo, you can't tell us what's going on over here in Africa. Go back to goddamn America. How would we feel if we over there and we in Kemet and we trying to teach them about Kemet and they looking at us like, yo, what the fuck are you talking? What? Take that shit back over there, you know? But you know,
they ain't wrong.
We gotta stop that, man. We just gotta stop it, man.
They not wrong,
It's crazy.
They're not wrong. They're not wrong. If I say take your ass back to New York with that crazy shit you saying, bro, I ain't wrong. Oh, now you got to do it. I can't cuss. I can't cuss.
I'm right here. Hold on. V-Ben is in the place to be. How you doing, brother?
What's up, Shaka? Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear, brother.
Okay, yeah, because I know sometimes my audio is bad on these headphones. Yeah, just out taking a little walk with my young ones, doing some little errands since the weather's so nice, you know. They're having like a running, what do you call it, a marathon? So you can't really
we used to have that.
Yeah, you can't really drive or you know, the public transport, all that stuff doesn't really work because of the streets are blocked off. So But yo, I was listening to what you had to say, man, and the thing about it is that it's so pathetic. And the good thing is that you have it all on tape. You have all their comments recorded. It's their own words chiming in on the subject and the people. And I don't know if they bother to listen to it. I'm sure they do, but they ain't ever going to admit it because if you listen to it, if you just take 10 minutes, 15 minutes, just listening to each one of these different people's versions of events and their views about what they think should happen and what's going on, they all contradict themselves and each other each step of the way. There's just quite simply nothing they stand on as a group other than we got to keep this thing going. That's it, and what's kind of really insidious is like, you expect people that, can you hear that basketball bouncer? Soccer.
Yeah, I hear you, but it's okay. I still hear your voice clearly.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
Yeah, it's like, it really gets insidious when you hear a person that has a PhD and seems to speak intelligently on a topic, like you have Jabari. It's even more insidious when he contradicts himself.
He doesn't have a PhD. He has a master's degree, but not a PhD.
Oh, damn. Okay, well, there it is. Boom. So it's like, but you hear him speak so intelligently, or at least he sounds intelligent. He has the intelligent vernacular. His English is clear, right? He uses specific words, that are pointed, and have particular meaning. And when you see a person do that, and he even wears glasses, let's be honest, it makes you look smart. Then he contradicts it and throws it all out the window. And just like he shows that he stood for something and he just said, fuck it. I don't stand for that. After all, I had a second chance to think about it. And we go ahead, didn't hear. Yeah, and he had a second chance to think about it, and his second chance around, he was like, "Nah, fuck all that shit. I'm rolling with the crew." And it's just pathetic, man. So I mean, I don't know what they plan on doing about it, but I'm happy that I took a stand myself and just when I realized what was going on, I just said I can't have nothing to do with it. It's too easy to understand that why a person wouldn't want to have anything to do with that, why a person wouldn't want to be associated with it, and why a person doesn't need to be, right? There's no need for me. I can take care of myself. I can make enough money without it. There's nothing they can do to me if I choose my side. There's no fear factor involved. There's just no reason to go along with it. And it seems like they must have some other reason to go along with it because they can't explain it because they've already contradicted themselves 2 or 3 times. So, yeah, they ain't going to come up with no reasoning for it. It's just something else going on, bro.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
and
yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
and then the thing about the young girl, you're right. You know, if you've been in prison for a certain amount of years, they have different grades for these crimes. Every year, there's a different severity. Every year of the youth, the victim, how every year that the victim gets younger, it means something in terms of the sentencing. Every year apart from the age of the victimizer to the victim, the sentence it reflects that too. It begins to get broader and broader. And when a person's been in jail for 10 years for a crime, that's pretty much on the severe end of it. It doesn't matter what it is. You're dealing with severe or extreme severe. Once you're getting past 10 years is severe. Any place past 10 years, you're dealing with the extreme severe side of it. So I'm like, when you look at it in terms of rate, I'm thinking more like 9 years old or younger. And I don't think the community that talked about it so much, anybody that chimed in on it and said one word about it, negative or positive, if you went on the internet, video, audio, and said one word about it, then you shouldn't be trying to tell people to shut up now. That's my word on it.
Damn, 9 years old. That would be something, man. And David, who's in the place we wrote, seems like she's 9 or younger, and they don't want that info out, man. Dang. Can you imagine if she was 9 or even younger? So when you see Zayak live streaming, feel free to ask him, you know what I'm saying? But I don't think he's gonna say. And that's what we need to find out. But in the meantime, David wrote, I can't get over the fact they're really online trying to support and justify those heinous acts. Well, Chris MVP Harris was capping, we have him on record. Sanetta was capping, we have him on record. Oh man, I don't do this gossiping. Then he went and told the same thing that I said. Actually, I didn't even go as far as he did anyway. But Texas Bama wrote, just stay away from all of the Hebrew and HOK members. Lillian Lorraine wrote, what about the guys who wait until dark to go out with young girls? Some don't wait till the dark, but some have that doctrine. And I played it. And that latest clip, Senator said that there's so many Hebrew Israelites who do that. So he has knowledge, man. Let me just play it again. It's 2 minutes long. But he would not even say the name of the organization, not the name of a person. He would not even say the name of the organization, man. But then he's going to talk about my parents. He's going to talk about my daughter. He's going to, disrespect me by using so much profanity. And I'm the bad guy.
Listen, you
So,
think I'm new
listen,
to
okay,
this
can I
show,
talk
bro?
now? Can I talk now?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So Sekou didn't say anything pseudo at all. And the people have
Okay, he
stated that
did.
for years. Now, Sanetta, if you don't mind, you said that other people teach that you can have sex with a 9-year-old girl. Like, do you mind telling which other Hebrews or like organization teach that? Because you see, I'm not from New York, so to me it's news. And I'd like to know when I go to New York with my daughter where I should avoid going. So if you don't mind, Sanetta, which other Hebrew Israelite organization teach that thing that GMS teach?
Well, there's a lot of Hebrew Israelite groups out there that that teach that. I'm not calling out no names or nothing like that. All I'm gonna tell you is that a lot of them teach that, brother.
Right,
a lot of Hebrew Israelites teach that.
I appreciate that.
And as for my brother Unc, you know, I love you, man, but I'm gonna still keep and tell the truth. To me, when we say things like go back to Africa and teach that, Unc, I'm simply saying, look at what we do. We over here in America, and we talk about
a lot of them. A lot of them, man. A lot of them. Unc need a timeout. It's no longer Unc, it's Bobby Banger. It's no longer going by Unc, man. Fake as you know what.
I mean, you know, the problem
hold on. Hold on.
Yeah,
Check this out. David wrote, they tried to make it seem like the little girl lied on him. They tried to compromise that little girl, and it didn't work. That lie detector narrative is faker than Jesus. Go ahead, V. Bennett.
Oh, did they try to make it seem like the little girl lied? What is he talking about? He's talking about the little girl
He's
lied
talking about Tazaria. You know, Tazaria. Actually, you know what? Some people may not know what we're talking about, so let them hear it here. They have to hear it from the horse's mouth. They have to hear it from the horse's mouth. There, Tazaria was kind of caught off guard.
Were you accused of molesting your wife's niece, who is your niece through marriage?
I have no recollection of that. You would have to inform me of what you're talking about. I have no recollection of that.
Okay, I will be able to one day. So I have my third question. Captain Tazaria, do you have a homie that's in prison right now for child molestation that you support financially?
Yes.
But I thought you were against child molestation and those that are molesters to children.
I am against child molestation and those that molest children.
So why are you supporting this person, but you speak ill against others that have a love for people that have been just accused of child molestation?
Okay, I'll answer your question very easily. When I was at both cases of both trials, the evidence that they had, they gave the brother a lie detector test, which he passed. They tested the sister for the young girl, rather, whether her hymen was broke because he was accused of molesting her. Her hymen was not broke. A hymen, for those that don't know, a hymen is something that they use to test to see if the woman's or the child's virginity has been broken or anything like that. There was information that she said that she gave, which she then retracted. So the first case that they did was thrown out. The second case, they did not want to answer to. The jury was hung on it, and the judge did not want to release them until they came up with an answer, and then they came up with a guilty verdict. So from observing the case, if he was guilty of the crime, I would in no way support the brother. But from the evidence of the case, from the testimonies of him as well as the individuals involved, he was not guilty, even though he was found guilty.
Wow, so he was not guilty, even though he was found guilty, but you speak ill against someone else that is not guilty, but they say he was guilty. So I have a question. This brother that you support, does he have children?
Yes.
And if so, do you ever say to those children, you have a father that's a child molester?
No, I don't.
Well, why do you do that to others that have a love for Dr. Malachi Z. York Ill and you mock his children of him being a quote-unquote so-called child molester, and you speak for supporting him?
I suspect he knows that woman, and he knows that woman knows some stuff about him and his organization and the ICPK members. That's why he was very, very, very sweet. Very, very, very sweet. No, I don't. You see, his body language says it all. But then Sanetta brought up that topic as well, publicly.
Polite, if let's say Polite is innocent, he could be a partial victim. You know, maybe he broke up with the girl. Who knows, you know, what happened in that instance. But the only true victim is that girl. So I think that's what we need.
And I think that's being a hypocrite, because you have a member of ISUPK who was locked up for child molestation. for rape or whatever it is, and y'all still support him. Here it is, Polite have not been found guilty, and y'all wouldn't support him. See the double standard?
What
You have
double
a member
standard?
in ISUPK, which y'all support him financially. You put money on his books, but Polite have not been found guilty, and y'all already
This
sitting
how
on
I
him.
know you taking a
That's a
strong.
double standard.
This
there,
how I
brother.
know you take a strong position of Polite's innocence, regardless of waiting till the verdict come, because you keep bringing up the same exact thing, even though I've explained the position dozens of times. How many times do I have to explain the same exact position? So in that instance, the brother took a lie detector.
Even if you
Why
explain it,
can't
it still remains the same, though, Captain.
No,
You still support
what
a brother
remains
who
the
was found
same?
guilty.
But what remains the same though?
That he was found guilty.
Definitely was found guilty, but he also
Polite
took
was not found guilty.
I'm not saying don't support him though. Right.
Brother, you said if the brother come on my channel, you done.
Wait.
And you know you got me, man. You got me. I said, all right, brother.
That's right.
All right,
But what?
So David wrote, seems like she's 9. Well, actually, she was 9 because that was 10 years ago. Do you think she must have been like 9 years old? The child molestation victim of the ISUPK member who happens to be Zayek's cousin, courtesy of Chris MVP Harris, who's the one who revealed that to the world. Do you think she was 9 years old? We should find out. Not difficult to find people's government name, particularly when they have those government name on the social media. There's not 10,000 social media lately. You have Instagram, TikTok, Facebook. So it's easy to find out the government name. Go ahead, V. Bennett.
Yeah, and you know what's so funny is this guy Tazariak, he gave such a detailed description of what went on and why he's supporting him and why he's not guilty. He went through so many details talking about, first court case and then the second one and all of this stuff. He used all these ideas, and then he used this thing about, what do you call it? Lie detector, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But look, if you see the case records and you find out that everything he said is a complete manipulation, what would you think of him then? What would you think of that person? And what would that community do? What would these same brothers do? People that call everybody brother and sister. What would they do even if they found out everything he said was a flat out lie and manipulation that is even worse than what he said? What would they do? And that's the real problem. That's why they don't want to know, bro. That's why they don't want to know. If you ask me, that's got to be what it is. Why they like, why are you talking about this now? Because the only thing that they have heard is Tazariak's version of the event. They haven't heard anything else. So it's all about, do you trust Tazariak or not? Why does it have to do with trust?
That's a good question, brother. What would they say? What would Chris Snakes say if the girl was 9 and indeed the record will be a totally different version? Now, don't be fooled when he talks about the lie detector test, because he has no bearing on somebody being found guilty and sent to prison for child molestation. Don't be fooled about the hymen was intact. Molestation is not only through the vaginal area, and a hymen can be intact. It doesn't stop somebody from putting his finger here and there. You see, it doesn't stop somebody from putting fingers in different areas.
Guess what? What if you find out that there was never even a second court case? I mean, what if you find out that it's just flat out lies? Like, nobody's even thought about that yet. And they're not even curious to
We
even
don't hear you,
find out. They
brother.
just like,
Maybe you need to
you
change
can't hear
location
me?
a little bit.
Can you hear me?
But,
can you hear me now?
Yes, David wrote, what if it's sodomy? Or it could be, oral sex. Now, do you think a girl, that's for the sake of argument. I'm not saying she was 9, but I don't think a 9-year-old girl will willingly go down on an adult. I mean, I don't know. Oh, Tanya says we hear him. Okay, it's my end. Then sorry. What I don't hear him though. Oh, I'm sorry. It's my ending. Well, go ahead. You've been there. I don't hear you, but go ahead. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Oh yeah, now I hear you. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. And no, I think they heard me though. I mean, everybody's just believing this dude they don't even really know. And then on top of it, they believe in a guy that they know, but listen to the guy's own words. Like a guy who's asked, "Do you know anything about molesting your own cousin?" And his answer is, "I have no recollection." That's the best you can do. That's the best. That's the best standard the community has. That's the best standard they have is, oh, he have no recollection. That's good enough. See, he answered the question. He must be a good man, you know? And then
Good
they
man.
just believe his whole soliloquy about another victim that they equally don't know. They just trust all of his words. And they never said, let me see the court case. I don't think they didn't say let me see the court case. I think some of these guys have seen it, know how horrendous it is, and actually have the nerve to shut up.
Yeah, because they like to say show the paperwork. That's what they've been saying for the TMH dude, and we shown the paperwork. That same paperwork that TMH also showed. You see? And that paperwork says corrupting minor, statutory rape. There's one that says assault, you know. Then there's rape, and there's involuntary deviate sexual intercourse, man. You know what I'm saying? So if she was 9 years old, can you hear me, better? Oh, okay. I don't hear you, Bennett. But maybe you guys need hear him. Some people say females needs to speak. We need to let the victim speak. Maybe the victim doesn't want to talk about it. The answer suggests he's done it multiple times. But if the girl was 9 years old,
Hey, listen, it's
oh,
not
I hear
about
you now.
the victim. It's not about the victim. Sorry, it's because I cut it. It's not about the victim, right? It's really not. I mean, not in terms of needing the victim to speak. They have court records. They don't even, I mean, if you think about it, would they, in the court records, do they really need to mention so much about the victim? And this kind of information is all out there. They mention all kinds of things without telling the victim's name. They don't have to do that. Nobody needs that. The question is, how old was the victim? That's the
Yeah.
question. You don't need the victim to tell you. The age is in the court records. And I'm guaranteeing you, well, I'm not guaranteeing you, but I find it so hard that so many of these people would dare talk about something publicly that they didn't have any more information about. Then just it just doesn't make any sense. You know,
Mm-hmm.
it would be like talking about something for the sake of internet fame or internet media hits or likes. I'm going to have a discussion about this molested victim and child molested, but I'm not going to really know any details though. No, I don't want to get to the bottom of this. Nah, I just want somebody to give an open soliloquy from their perspective, and that's good enough for me. You know, it doesn't make sense. You know, so either these guys just got big mouths and talk about shit that they really don't care about just for the sake of making it look good on their part, or they know more and they don't want people to know, or it's both.
And that's interesting indeed, because brothers and sisters in the chat, what if the girl was 9 years old? What would you think Jabari's reaction will be? Just let me know in the chat. Just let me know in the chat. What would you think Chris MVP Harris' reaction will be? What would you think Sanetta's reaction will be? What would you think Reggie, Butler Reggie, that is, and Sanetta's reaction will be? What would you think? David wrote, that man knows he went to court on every day, probably still going to visit.
You know
Because
how old the victim is.
how old does she have to be until those guys feel like, okay, that's messed up? You know what I'm saying? How old does the victim have to be? But
And
what if she was
obviously,
9 years old? Will they say it was a relationship? If it's not, if the hymen is intact and it was, let's say, either sodomy or forced oral sex, would they even argue that they were in a relationship together when she was 9 years old and the dude was in like his 20s or maybe his 30s? Would they even go there? Would you even believe that a 9-year-old girl would perform fellatio on a 20-something-year-old man, if not older? Will some people buy that? You know what I'm saying? What if she was 9 years old? How ridiculous would Chris MVP Harris sound when he said, "You don't know what happened in the court"? Why don't they just say how old the girl was? If indeed that guy has such a lengthy prison sentence, over 10 years, about maybe like 13 to 15 years. Tanya wrote, they will find any way to justify their wicked behavior. All right. Lillian is asking, how she has her menses? Well, there may be that maybe Reggie may still have a chance for a wife if he has money saved. I mean, dang, what if she
look,
was nine
bro,
years old?
listen. Tazariak went out and gave a whole soliloquy about what happened. He did that himself. It took minutes to get all that information out. I mean, he spilled all kinds of things, all kinds of details, and he is the one that refuses to mention the age. Why would that be? Why do you think that is?
Yeah, why?
It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. It just don't.
And that's the guy who made a press conference, who participated in a press conference when he was regarding Africa Mambata's accusation, not conviction. He's the same one who spoke on Polite's situation. Polite also at this point is still an accusation. He didn't but now the guy who, according to Chris MVP Harris, is his own cousin, who was found guilty, Zariak said it, and he's in prison for that, and he's sending money to him. Why he doesn't say the age of the girl? But go ahead, you better. Oh, I don't know if Bennett maybe. I don't know if he's talking, but we don't hear you, Bennett. I don't know if
Can
you're
you hear me?
talking now.
No, no,
Yeah, now I hear
no,
you.
no.
I
I'm
hear
not.
now. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
I hear you now.
Hold on, 2 seconds. 2 seconds.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah. So, brothers and sisters, we have to find out how old the girl was, because it's going to be difficult if she was 9 years old, for example. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if she was even younger than 9 years old? You know what I'm saying? Dang. I mean, that would
Yeah.
be something, man. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
I mean, yeah. I'm listening to you. Yo, man, it just really, if people really think a person is going to go out there, these two guys, Sarnetta and Tyree, they're going to go out there and have this broad discussion about what happened in that case. It was so important for them to discuss what happened in the case. But why was it so important to them to do that in the first place? Right? What was their perspective? What was their angle on it? Was it because it affects them somehow? So they go out there and talk about everything, from the perspective of, I have to talk a little bit because it affects me somehow. That's what it sounds like to me. Because why else wouldn't they mention the age? Because the age doesn't benefit them. Discussing the age doesn't benefit their case. That's got to be
Exactly.
what it is. I mean, that's what it seemed like to
Exactly.
me.
Yeah, yeah. It looks like they talked about it to brush it off by getting to Zayak's version, and we have to believe him for face value without any paperwork. You understand what I'm saying? And
Right.
not, let's not mention the age, because that's gonna mess everything up. You know what I'm saying? So it looks like it
Yeah,
was a
because
PR stunt. It was something that
if
was
you think
scripted.
the person, right, if you think the victim was 13, 12, then they get into, stop bouncing up. Then you get into, I'm inside of a shop now, so my boy's bouncing the ball. But you You get into 12 and things like that, then it leads to somebody's lying and blah blah blah, all of this stuff. Someone has to have the mentality to lie. But if the person is not 12, 13, 14, not saying that they would necessarily lie then either, because that's not true. But that's what they argue pretty much. Um, but but if you yeah, but if you find out that the person is 9, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, this lying stuff doesn't necessarily make so much sense either. It sounds even more bizarre, right? It's even harder to believe some kid would conspire this way, or let alone be believed. Because you can see through people when they lie. You can see through them. So to me, that's what it sounds like. I mean, if I was betting, I would bet on that. If I'm wrong, who's that hurting? Who's that going to hurt? It's going to hurt Zaryak? Okay, really? Is that going to hurt the perpetrator? I don't know. They all went out there and talked about it publicly already. Is it going to hurt Sarnetta? It's hard to really make that argument when they went out there and talked about all this stuff and don't necessarily talk about it like they care about the victim. So, you know.
And I agree with you. The possibility of them using the she's lying, if the girl is 9, that's going to be kind of out of the window, man. You know. And here Lorraine wrote, seriously, if someone has been incarcerated for a while, not only was the girl underage, if she wasn't a neighbor, she could have been a relative. Pray it didn't result in a pregnancy. I mean, so many things we don't know. But since the hymen, according to Tozayak, was intact, then probably there was no pregnancy. But child molestation is not only a situation where the hymen is no longer intact. It can be anal sex. It can be oral sex. Now, if the girl was 9, we would believe that she was willing to have anal sex. I mean, is the guy excused like she asked for it, so I delivered? It was her request. You know what I'm saying? But indeed, if he has been incarcerated for a while, then damn, how long was the prison sentence? See, Polite interviewed Tozariak's wife, and it was like 2008 or 2009, if I'm not mistaken. So if it was 2008, for example, then when we make the calculation with today, knowing that the guy is apparently still in jail, it means he's been in jail for 15 years. But mind you, at least 15 years, because that's the time when the interview happened. And the girl said that the guy's in prison and Zayak still sends him money. He's an ISUPK member, still a member at the time, you see? So 15 years and he's still in prison. It appears like he may have had like a 20-year prison sentence, if not more. So the girl probably was very young. Lillian wrote his story doesn't match up. It doesn't match up at all. And they're saying so many things. Sanada spoke on it. Chris MVP Harris spoke on it. The Zawiak spoke on it. But none of them said the age of the victim. The Zawiak talked about Polite's alleged victim. He said the only victim in that case is that girl. And I think he even said, even if she's not, he's not guilty. Let's hear it again. Let's hear it again. Let's hear it again.
Polite, if let's say Polite is innocent, he could be a partial victim. Maybe he broke up with the girl. Who knows, what happened in that instance. But the only true victim is that girl. So
even if Polite was found guilty, he would be a partial victim. Maybe you don't know what happened. Maybe he broke up with that girl. But the only true victim is that girl. Okay, then what about that ICPK member who was found guilty in a court of law of child molestation, sent to prison for child molestation? How old was the girl? The Righteous One wrote, to Zayak is a real-life bozo. I've been saying this for years. Well, That's a matter of opinion. How old was the girl? Let's concentrate. And all comments are welcome. Welcome to you, the righteous one. But they're gonna use stuff like that. Say, "Oh man, they're slandering us. Look at this man. They're slandering us." Let's focus. How can we find out the age of the girl? There has to be some court transcript or court summary. You see? So we will need to find out the case number. We will need to find out the name of the dude. I don't know if they put the name of the girl. Maybe the last name only, and they didn't put the first name to protect the identity of the minor at the time. Why is it so difficult to find out this information? We should be able to find out. They're
Well,
not going
it's
to give us the
about
paperwork. Yeah, go ahead.
it's about the character of all these individuals. It's about their character. See, and it's about who they cap and cape for. That speaks to their character, right? Now, if you find out that each single time the one person that comes out, like let's say Jabari, for example, it sounds good to say the words that he said. It sounds good. You said the right words, but when you don't stand by them, you're a piece of shit. You're a hypocrite. See, that's the difference. There's loads of people that stand by the words that Jabari said. The problem is he didn't. So strike one on character for Jabari. He still is with the group of who? The group that's capping for other pedophiles, right? And caping for other pedophiles, right? So then you go over to Tazariak. And this is the guy he debated. This was his big debate. Even Chris Harris, that was his big debate. So you debating the person, you don't give a damn about their character, no matter what. But you didn't mind that they went out there and gave a whole soliloquy about about their own perspective, their own brother. You didn't mind about the brother. You didn't say shut up. You didn't say, hey man, you could be slandering the victim. Nah, none of them said that. They said let the brother speak. Brother, speak on it, brother. Hold on. Yeah,
And
let's
and
go
and
there.
mhm.
Yeah,
and
sorry. I
no,
told you
it's
I
so
was
good. No,
running
I
to
know
the
what it
errands,
is. You got
and
to
we
take
just
care of
saw
the
a big
children too.
we saw a
Yeah.
big watermelon, so we got to get the watermelon.
No,
but
no problem,
but
brother.
yo,
No problem.
let me just say this: if you just go down the list with each one of them, time after time, and you just add it up, I'm sorry, finding out about this one victim, it speaks to their character because they did anything but separate themselves from it. They said all the right words. They say all kinds of stuff, but they just stick to the people like glue. So let's find out how deep it goes. How deep do they stick to the glue like that?
Yeah,
How deep is that? You know,
yeah.
would it change if it was a 6 year old? Or you still want that debate? You want to debate with somebody that's been capping for somebody that could have raped a 6 year old, 7 year old, 8 year old, 9 year old? Is that who you want to debate with? That speaks to your character. And keep in mind, you kept calling him brother. The whole time, kept calling him brother. What have you done for any sister? Guess who the
Indeed.
sister was? The sister was the victim each and every single time. These guys are full of shit, yo.
Well, let's find out, like you said. See, David wrote, seems like she's 9 or younger. I mean, dang. Now, the righteous Ron wrote, it's probably sealed because she is young. Well, she was young. That was like at least, that's over a decade ago. And maybe 15 years ago. You see? So if she was 9, she will be 24, right? If she was younger, I don't know. I don't know the age. But the righteous one wrote, but you can use FOIA, Freedom of Information Act, to get court documents. So does somebody know? How will we know about the victim? How can we find out about the case and her age? Seems like we will need to know the identity of the guy who was sent to prison for that situation. So now let's find out how we can get more information. Lillian wrote, should Sanetta be called into court for Polite's case since he said saw many inflammatory things concerning him? I wouldn't be surprised if he's called to at the bar, you know what I'm saying, to testify or to be interrogated, because he said, I even got video. He said he even got video. And that's not an allegation, that's a fact. Check this out. Check this out. Just one moment.
Am I correct in that?
I got video. You don't believe me? I got video. Yeah, I do. What if I was to tell you that she wanted me to interview her, Polite? Huh?
Are you not looking,
Her
brother?
mother. What if I told you she wanted me to interview her?
I'm listening.
So that's about Polite, though, you know, for those who don't know. Not only Sanetta said publicly, live on air, that he even got video. He said, what if I was to tell you that she wanted me to interview her, Polite? And of course, I'm sure everybody in the mama seen the tape where Sanetta said, baby York, Dr. York, we know what it means. He directly, without any ambiguity, insinuated / accused Polite of being a child molester, because Malachi York was sentenced for 135 years because of child molestation. Young Harry was in a place to be. Now he wrote, shaking my head, Shaka, you're talking about that again. No one cares. That's not going to change anything. Well, I think it's being sarcastic right now and just saying their narrative. Tonya wrote, Sassetter should be the star witness for the prosecutors. Name and state would help, but a real name should be enough. So that's what we have to find out, to find the charges indeed.
But look,
these people, hold on. These people don't care. They be having debates, making their money. Let that stuff go. Thinking about them. No, I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the victim. I'm talking about the child molestation. I've been doing that for more than 10 years. So if they don't like it, it's on them. You know, it's not personal. It's not my family member who's a victim. Go ahead, V. Bennett. And I couldn't care less with the HOK thing, because the HOK, they are officially, you know, child molester defenders. You know what I'm saying?
you know, it's understandable that people that that rarely see change, right? People that rarely see change often believe change is never going to happen. And people that rarely see like one person stand up and make change, they also equally rarely, this is not about black people, people period, that are oppressed, that never see things like that happen. You would trying to squeeze hope out of them for change is difficult, bro, because if they've never seen it, they never believe it will ever happen. So they're the ones most likely to be like, eh. But if you look with detail, if you look outside of yourself, if you look outside of your own block and you engage other people, you see instances everywhere where a small group of people create huge change, where one person created a great change that was needed, made it a change in one person's life, two people's lives, three people's lives. And this is often said about this kind of behavior, that you can't stop it. But come on, man. We clearly know there's nothing powerful about this behavior outside of the fact that it's prevalent. There's nothing powerful about it. This kind of behavior is like people capitulating, harming each other is the best they can do, bruh. You know, it is talking about women and kids, harming them. They're not talking about protecting women and kids. They're talking about making excuses for harming them, giving them no sanctuary. You see, so when you're a type of person that said, it will never change, nothing's going to happen, man, you're losing your mind, bro. All you have to do is just stand up for something, because this is the easiest shit to change if you stand up against it. You know, if you don't shut up about it, It will change if you put the light and spread the light on it and let people see it for what it is. It will change because it's cowardice. It cannot exist in the light. It can only exist in darkness.
In darkness, probably the evening time when they used to creep on these young girls. And oh yeah, I know you with me all the way, young Harold. I'm just saying, Shaka. Please spell it with 1K, because with 2Ks, it's the other dude who um has had sex with the mothers and daughters on at least 3 occasions. At least 3 occasions. Because first there was a scandal that he addressed when he had sexual relation with the mother and the daughter, and then a couple of weeks ago, well, a few days ago, let's say, I don't know if he's been already 2 weeks. He was live on air and he said he F other mothers and daughters before and they didn't go public and blah blah blah. Basically, they didn't make a fuss about it. And if you listen to the tape, he says, they didn't try to destroy, and it sounded like he was gonna say destroy. That they didn't try to destroy me. Now, of course, he has deleted that live stream like Garfield said, but Garfield played it because Garfield either himself saved it or somebody else saved it and sent it to Garfield, and Garfield played it live on air. So since he said other mothers and daughters, plural, it's at least 2 others. When you use the plural, it's at least 2. It may be 3, 4, 5, but it's at least 2. So at least on 3 different occasions, he had sex with the mothers and the daughters. So please spell my name with 1K, so there's no confusion. So then he wrote, I'm with you all the way, just saying the world is crazy and this will never end. It has humans that eat kids' body parts. The rabbit hole is very deep. Yeah. But oh, the righteous one, come on now. If the mother and daughter are grown, what's the issue? So you're okay with that? You're okay with that? Like, let's say if you have a son and he's dating a woman and then he's dating the daughter and he does that at least 3 times, you have no issues with that? Like if you have a daughter that happens to be grown and she's a mother and there's a guy who dates your daughter, then the guy dates your granddaughter, you will have no issues with that? Hey, to each his own. It's not illegal if the girl is of legal age, but dang, one person can change so much. God bless Chaka Ndugu and Layla Wills. Now, Texas Bama wrote the daughter was 14. Which daughter are you talking about right now? Which daughter are you talking about, Texas Bama? But, one thing can change, though. We can find out the age of the girl that was molested by the ICPK member who gets financially supported. If some people want to hide the names either of the victim or of the accused, Texas Bama wrote the one Shaka fooled with. Well, I don't think Shaka almost, hasn't made it to that. But I think she said it started when she was 13. I think that's what she said, But, he wasn't charged with anything. So, but if somebody has a court summary or the court transcript regarding the ICPK member who was found guilty and who's been to jail for a good 10 years, if not 15, if not more, I mean, damn, maybe he had a 20-year prison sentence, maybe 25 years, maybe 30 years. But the guy, some may argue maybe less, but, he did some stuff in jail, so they added to his time. But if you have the court transcript, or the court summary and you want to hide names of people, fine. What I would like, even if there's no paperwork at this point, is somebody who's aware of the situation to just state the age of the girl. Then we would take it further and try to find some documentation, some paperwork to substantiate that. You see? But damn, if the girl was 9 or even younger, that would be something. That means we have a whole platform being cool with that, capping for that, man. I mean, if the girl was 9, then there's no limit with those dudes, man. We're being put in the light and see how they act, see how they say we're hating. Yeah, but it's not them. You know, they don't run the world. But I see your point, brother. And how everybody pick Scamcha side, it's clear what kind of people in the world. My bad. No need to say my bad. No, it's all good, brother. I understand what you're saying. I mean, you know, when somebody has a large platform, even if he buys bots, you know, and we know he has like 300,000 subscribers combined with his 2 channels. One has 190,000 subscribers. The other one has like 183,000 subscribers. So that's like 300 and
Look,
so
look,
combined.
man. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
They're not doing the math, man. You're coming off of somebody like Dr. York that raised essentially and gave birth to a whole list of type of cults with pedophilia that believe and practice pedophilia. So you're not dealing with a small little swarm anymore. You know, you're
Yeah.
dealing with a nuclear bomb in your community that you're
Yeah.
not discussing. You know, that's
Yeah.
really what it is. Because if it wasn't a nuclear bomb, you wouldn't see these dudes out in the public talking about it so lightly. Because if it's out there in the public talking about it so lightly, then it's there 100 times more in the dark. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Where it's
Yeah.
not being talked about, and this is the problem. It's like, and this is why you gotta get past like thinking that it's about them. Yeah, it's about them in some kind of way, but it's not only about them. It's about the behavior. But here's the thing that makes this stuff even more cultic and even more sinister. They claim to be uplifting the black community while raping and pillaging it. I'm sorry. If you can't stand up against that, you need to shut up about any and everything else. Just stop. Just stop it. Give up. Capitulate completely. Because then you're just saying you're going to accept any type of behavior, anything. You know, it just doesn't make any sense. You know, again, is that about capitalism? So do you need to rape a little girl to feed the baby? Is that what the excuse going to be like selling crack was? Is that what the excuse is now? I need to rape this lady to pay my bills. You don't understand. It's a white man. That's literally
Yeah.
what these dudes is basically saying without saying it. They're
Yeah.
mixing up black
I was just
revolution with
surviving.
raping your kids.
I was just surviving. I was looking for the benefit money. You know what I'm saying? I mean, but you made a very interesting point. You talked about Dr. York, and we know that Africa Bambaataa was down with Dr. York. You know what I'm saying? And we even have the video of Africa Bambaataa, you know, supporting Malachi York. I prefer to say Malachi York because I don't know where he got his doctorate degree from. I'm not aware of him having any doctorate degree. So Africa Bambaataa, I mean, it is known, it is said that he molested so many people. So it's like a plague. It's like a plague. So even if the Hebrews were like, say, don't follow that doctrine, if the act, the behavior is the same, then we have children at risk. I mean, what if the girl was 9 years old, man? I'm sure a lot of fathers, they'll be concerned about their daughters when they start having shape. When they be like, from 12 to 13, 14, usually girls have their menses at 12 years old, so they can become pregnant, you know what I'm saying? You know, so when they are 12, 13, 14 and onwards, but when you have a 9-year-old daughter, you're not necessarily going to think that some grown man is going to try to get with them. You know what I'm saying? And what if she was younger? What if she was younger than 9 years old? So we need to find out how old the girl was. What was the jail sentence, the prison sentence, how many years, and the charges? You know, what are the charges? It should not be impossible for us to find out. So we need to find out. Let's find out. You know, it's bigger than the House of Consciousness. It's bigger than the rape OK. You know, where people capping, making excuses and defending rapists and child molesters. It's on them. But worldwide, it is safe to say that the majority of people worldwide are not cool with that. So it's been a long time indeed that they labeled us haters and gossipers, blah, blah, blah. Fine, let them do their thing. Let them try to deflect. Responsible adults, responsible human beings, they're going to be fooled with that. You know? Those guys are not that important, man. They have a few groupies, but it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. Now, whenever you see some scholars of quality, like Dr. Mary Obidi, who was on the HOK's channel not long ago, it's because of that Butler Reggie. Because that Butler Reggie gets those people over there, and those people may not even know that they are defending child molesters and rapists on the HOK. They may not even know, but eventually they will know. You understand what I'm saying? So besides, you know, so a few respectable people, the majority of the dudes who go over there, they're pseudos. Or actually tomorrow, apparently, we may have Sabir Bey. Apparently, he's scheduled to go over there. More power to him. More power to him. Go ahead and be pseudo over there. But not only the information is whack and pseudo for the most part. I mean, just yesterday, they had a debate about is the earth flat. I mean, I'm paraphrasing. I don't know the exact title word for word, but they had a debate about is the earth flat, man. So people pay to see two dudes with no academic qualification debating about whether the earth is flat or not in 2023, man. So like V. Bennett said, those guys, they claim to be working for the upliftment of the black community. Yet those guys defend, make excuses, and cap, and some financially support adults convicted in the court of law for child molestation. And they won't even tell you how old the girl was. That's how bad it is. The girl was so young that they won't even tell you how young the girl was. We don't know how long the guy was sentenced for. We don't know what the charges are. All we know is that the guy passed a lie detector test and the hymen was intact. Dang. You're going to do like 15 years for that? And the guy is not guilty, even though he was found guilty? So the guy is not guilty and he's going to be sitting in jail for at least 10 years, probably 15 years, if not more. And he's not guilty. So nobody's guilty then. So even when somebody has a conviction in a court of law, he is still not guilty. But Polite, who at this point is not guilty, Jabari says that he should be on timeout at the very least. It's crazy, man. So let's chop it up. Let's talk, let's discuss. I appreciate your presence, brothers and sisters. But don't mind me if I repeat regularly that we have to find out the age of the girl. For starter, you see, there has to be some documentation somewhere. Let's find out how we can get some knowledge of it. My offspring come up, understand instructions. And if somebody wants to get on the panel, then here's the link. But anybody from the HOK try to get on, first, it has to say in the chat how old the girl was. The chat is open to everybody right now. And if they don't know how old the girl was, let them ask who they need to ask so we know how old the girl was, man. Because now somebody has suggested that she may be 9 or younger. And I'm like, damn, is it that bad? 9 years old? Does Onifan Mika know how young the girl was? Does she know? Does she? Because she has never criticized pedophiles. She has never criticized child molesters. I mean, it's to the point where you wonder how she came into this world, but I don't want to get there. She's a mother herself. She doesn't care if her child gets molested that young. But she's not the only one. We have a whole panel, man. A whole panel, man. The dude ain't gonna lie about it. He's ISUPK member. And according to Chris MVP Harris, his cousin, the guy was found guilty. That's established, that's a fact. Donnie Williams asking Tamika, do you know? Do you know? Onifan Mika? Do you know? Hey, Onifan Mika, if you know and you tell us the age of the girl, and we find out you're not lying, then I may stop calling you Onifan Mika. But I've only nicknamed her Onifan Mika because she herself put the Onifan on the computer screen with the tripod for the mobile phone. The mobile phone was actually on the tripod. She put it on her public Facebook page and she wrote, "I'm tired of being poor." So it's not slander, you know, it's what she put up for the world to see. You know me, you owe me. Texas Bama wrote, "Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers." Well, I didn't know it was Mother's Day, but damn, all the mothers around the world, man. You may save a child from being molested. It's important to know how young the girl was, man. It's clear they like them young, but how young? Could it be younger than GMS? GMS stated girl can be even 9 years old, man. They said that. I played it. So could it be the ISUPK not only date girls, have sex with girls when they can be, and who said it too? Kunat said it. I didn't say. Kunat said it. Let's hear it.
I'm gonna tell you why, because I'm an Israelite and Tazariak Israelite, and I think his doctrine is off compared to what we teach it. We both had the same mission, but he's telling the Israelites it's okay to mix race, right? He's telling that they got a doctrine saying that if a child reached a flower, they could be 15 or 9 years old. You can have sex with them.
Okay,
This is what they
now
teach.
you talk about running.
And you can see that Sanetta changed the subject quick. You may have had some flashback of Nikki Chanel from Harlem because Kunat said she can be 15 or 9. So when you heard 15, you know, ding, 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 ding. Because Enki said publicly that Sanetta was in a relationship with a girl that was 15 years old, known as Nikki Chanel from Harlem, and Sanetta was in his 30s, 33 to be exact. Enki said it, I didn't say. So could it be that Kunat was telling the truth? He said that on Sanetta's own platform. Sanetta was not trying to find out about that. That, oh, you talk about running. He changed the subject, man. He changed the subject. So could it be that indeed ISUPK teach that you can have sex with a 9-year-old girl, but the guy would have even taken it further and went even below 9 years old? So if he did that with a 9-year-old girl, what is the stance of ISUPK? That it's legal according to the law? Is this what the Bible teaches? The guy said that the Bible is his foundation. I think it's important to know. Some innocent mothers, single mothers, may get in contact with those dudes. Can you imagine those poor single mothers who have children molested their baby girls get molested, and then when they holler at the Butler Reggie and Scam Cheddar and Chris MVP Harris, and they say, but we've been knowing about this, man. You late. This is old stuff. Can you imagine how they're gonna feel? Why ain't you warned us? Oh, I don't deal with that, man. I just deal with the information. Donnie Williams wrote, okay, my filter is off. I have to be nice. Just be the way you are, brother. Just be the way you are, man. Seems like she's 9 or younger, and they don't want that info out. Why they wouldn't want that info out? Why they don't want to say the age of the girl? Is it that damaging? Or they can try to deflect all they want. It's all good. I'm still going to ask, how old was the girl? Maybe Polite will tell. Because if Polite is found guilty, he'll probably sing. He'll probably do like Unc did. I played it. Unc pulled out a piece of paper and said, well, you know what I'm saying? It's not only me, there's such and such and such and such. He said the names. I played it. He said the names. He has a piece of paper that was already prepared. The names are already there. He didn't write the names. He took the piece of paper and he read the names. And maybe Polite going to be like, oh, you finding me guilty? All right, well, there's that one and that one and that one, and the girl was that old and that old and that old. Who knows? Maybe you say, oh, you convicted me for a 14-year-old girl? What about this guy? The girl was 9. The girl was 12. The girl was under 9 years old. Who knows? Maybe he get off. I cannot predict the future. To me, the chances of him getting off are extremely slim, but who knows? I cannot predict the future. I would prefer that we have that information before his case. Because the dude has been on the Breakfast Club. He has been on Vlad TV. He was, sitting courtside, with those celebrities. He hanged with Floyd Mayweather, the wealthiest athlete in the world, all sports combined. So that's not minor. So once his case will be on, and plus it will be live streamed, it's going to be the talk of the town. You're going to ask about the girl's age. We got in the ISUPK member who was found guilty of molesting her. They're going to be like, oh, man, I don't want to hear about that. I want to hear about Polite. So it would be good to find out and get that established before Polite's trial. Brothers and sisters, do you think we can find out the age of the girl? If you think we cannot, we won't be able to find out. I don't mind. Just be honest. Do you think we can find out? Yes or no? Can we find out the age of the girl? Yes or no? Just let me see. Let me see the comments. Now, Zion Lex spoke about Nasi Yashuvel. Did he speak about the ICPK member who was found guilty of molesting a child? Donnie Williams says that yes, he thinks we can find out. Sanada is on tape saying many Hebrews or like group teach that you can have sex with a 9-year-old girl. I played it. He said it. I didn't say it. He said it. So if there are many Hebrews or like groups teaching that it's okay to have sex with a 9-year-old girl, it means that for those Hebrews or like groups, it's the norm. And what we call the norm is normal. To them, it's normal. That's the way they get down. That's how they get jiggy. And who has been the most regular callers on the House of Conscious Mess for the last 2 years, if not 3 years. Damn Hebrew Israelites. The same guys that Sanetta himself said are teaching that it's okay to have sex with a 9-year-old girl. And he would not even say the name of these organizations. Keeping this quote unquote secret. And it's not really a secret because he said many of them teach that. So he was protecting them. He was capping for them. He was caping for them. Now, for those who haven't heard it, because people come and go, Exhibit A. Exhibit A.
Listen, you
So,
think I'm
listen,
new to
okay,
this
can I
show,
talk
man?
now? Can I talk now?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So Sekou didn't say anything pseudo at all. And the people have
Okay, he
stated that
did.
for years. You know. Now, Sanetta, if you don't mind, you said that other people teach that you can have sex with a 9-year-old girl. Like, okay, do you mind telling which other Hebrew Israelite organization teach that? Because you see, I'm not from New York, you know. So to me, it's news. And I'd like to know when I go to New York with my daughter, where I should avoid going. So if you don't mind, Sanetta, which other Hebrew Israelite organization teach that thing that GMS teach?
Well, there's a lot of Hebrew Israelite groups out there that that teach that. I'm not calling out no names or nothing like that. All I'm gonna tell you is that a lot of them teach that, brother.
All right,
A
thank
lot
you.
of
I
Hebrew
appreciate that.
Israelites teach that.
I appreciate that.
And
a lot of groups teach that. A lot of Hebrew Israelites teach that. And maybe the reason why I didn't want to say the names of the groups because it's the groups that come on this panel. Now, Acacia also thinks that the girl was 9. The victim of the ISUPK member, who is financially supported by Tazaria, and who was found guilty of child molestation, Acacia 254 also thinks that she was 9. So we had 2 suggestions in terms of the age of the victim. I think 9. After all, they said in the kingdom they will get them at 9, and that fat old ugly Hebrew looked happy saying it. Some nostalgia there. Oh, I mean, the GMS, man, they stood firm on that, man. That they were not even playing. And it was according to what they call the scriptures, man. In the kingdom, we're going to get them young, man. He even told Polite, like, you know, man, you have this mindset, like, I don't know if you said, like, you're thinking of the white man or European wild mindset or Western mindset. They said, man, you know what I'm saying? You're going to be flying like Neo. They're looking forward for that time, man. And he said, you know what I'm saying? 12-year-old, 9-year-old. And once again, one of the younger GMS cat was uncomfortable. He said, but we ain't going to deal with a 9-year-old woman. Is there such thing as a 9-year-old woman? Isn't it like oxymoronic? We ain't going to deal with a 9-year-old woman. How can you be a woman and you're 9 years old? You will be a female, but you are a girl at 9 years old. You're not a woman. You're not even a teenager. So even a GMS member, he was uncomfortable. We ain't gonna deal with a 9-year-old woman. And later on, when he was asking, what you gonna do with those girls, like, 9-year-old, he said, have sex with them, man. Danny Williams wrote, 9 is no in German, indeed. Danke. I forgot how to say bad in German. But anyway. So yeah, that's what's up, man. So I guess I can end on that. We have 2 propositions in terms of the age, and we have to be focused, and we have to find out. Imhotep University TV wrote, that's crazy. We have to find out the age of the girl. And if the girl was 9 years old indeed, I wonder what Jabari Osase is going to say. Is he going to say, why you trying to drag me into a personal conflict between you and Tazaria? Because he already said, why you trying to drag me in this conflict between you and Sanetta? What? You don't know there are thousands of kids that are missing.
I mean, why did he drag his ass in between the issue with Polite?
Yeah.
Why he do that?
Yeah. Yeah. Why did he do that?
And why did he try to do that? When he did that, was he trying to drag other people into it too?
Yeah. And let's hear it. Some people haven't
He
heard
made
it.
a public statement. He said
made
what
a-
should
yeah.
happen at the very least. And he had to
very
know the people that's going to hear him and agree or disagree. And if they agree, then what would they do? You see? So it's like, I mean, that's what I was trying to say. I mean, he's the most disappointing. He's the most disappointing, but also most revealing. You know, because you wouldn't expect it necessarily from him automatically. He's the one everybody gave the benefit of the doubt. People were like, yeah, but Jabari, you know, nah, man. Even myself, I was like, yeah, but I think, you know, I always kind of put Jabari up on a pedestal for no reason. Actually, that shows you don't need to put nobody on a pedestal. You just need to ask the same questions to everybody when you're dealing with these kind of things, because if you put people up on a pedestal, you will be disappointed when it comes to these kind of things. Yeah, when you want people to speak out on stuff like this, or take action, or lend a hand, even just a hand, not take the lead, just lend a hand, right? You will be, with these kind of things like rape and pedophilia, you will be terribly disappointed to find out who won, you know, or who just a goddamn hypocrite.
Yeah, we have to. Basically, the question should be the same for everybody. You understand what I'm saying? And here, for those who haven't heard it, that's only 2 minutes long.
First, let me say to you, I'm not planning on being here long, talking about these issues, but I do want to say to you that there have been a number of things that have occurred that are quite concerning, that I'm sure that you are aware of. I really need to say to you that first, let's begin with the allegations, and the arrest and the subsequent arrest of Brother Polite. It is so important for us to acknowledge that the charges that have been levied against Brother Polite, and in fact his subsequent arrest, are very serious. They're very serious. And I do know that there are some of you who would like to say that that we should simply wait until all of this is adjudicated in court. And clearly, I think that we should recognize that, of course, it is going to be adjudicated in court. Of course it is. Of course, this is something that is so serious, that the allegations are so vile, that they will be adjudicated in court. It is not our role to convict Brother Polite before that occurs. However, I'm going to say to you, when the allegations are as serious as they are, we need to take them seriously. And in taking them seriously, I think it should be pretty clear that we should expect Brother Polite to be on timeout. At the very least. At the very least, he needs to sit down and not do the things that he had been doing. I think that I've been concerned by some of there's only one way to call it, flossing that he's been doing on social media during this time.
Now, Dougie M. wrote, those so-called Hebrews are the ones feeding scam cheddar. Without them, he will probably not be able to pay his bills and will most likely go back to being a drug pusher. Acacia 254 wrote, either way, it was a minor. Well, Zayak said the young girl rather. So, hey, most likely it was a minor, but how young was she? Texas Bama wrote, Yohana. Now, for those who don't know, that's the one known as General Yohana. He's the leader of ISUPK. That's the one who prayed live on air during their Passover celebration. He prayed for the destruction of Islam, Christianity, Egyptology, and so many other things. Johanna was interviewed, and there's an online article where he states people come to them and admit to be child molesters wanting to change their ways. I read the article that talks about them reforming child molesters. I read that. You know what I'm saying? Donnie Williams wrote, "Road warriors, they ride with me. The truth, it ride me." Well, I don't understand that statement. Akasha 254 wrote, "Biggest hypocrite. I almost paid for the Kemet tour. Phew. I didn't." I guess she meant to write. He or she meant to write, "I didn't know." You know, it's disappointing. And not only him speaking out publicly about Polite, who did not have his day in court, but we have people who are convicted for rape, and they are on the panel, and he's cool with that. He's on the panel, he's giving his stamp of approval, but also the anti-Black, anti-African, rather, anti-African statement, such as this one here. Hold on. Such as this one here. And he's a chief of an African village. And check that statement here.
As a people, I hate Africans because of what they did to my people.
And it's like the guy, he's tied, like there's some dirt on him, and he cannot help but to be on a panel where people teach comfortably that they hate African people. You know? And that's how you get it, man. You have the evidence, the proof. When I had the Wayne, he was talking about, yeah, ICPK, you know what I'm saying, in Africa, blah, blah, blah. But later on, when he was comfortable, I hit him with it. Did he celebrate the death of Africans? He was back dancing, but he said yes, ultimately. And when I asked him, do you celebrate the death of Europeans? Well, I don't see any European celebration. All right. So they celebrate the death of Africans, man. Not only he hates Africans as a people, but ISUPK, including Captain Tazariak, they do celebrate the death of Africans, man. It's going to be hard for Jabari to explain why he's over there on that panel, and yet he's an African chief. But anyway, just saying the truth rides with me. Yeah, he's such a hypocrite, but he's not the only one, man. People don't want to stand on Ma'at. They don't want to stand on man time. They don't want to stand on principles.
It is kind of weird because it's like he come out and make that statement about Polite, which draws people in. You know, when you make a statement like that, this is what they accusing you of too, Shaka, by the way. You know, and anybody. But the problem is that they're hypocrites because when they do it, they never see it that way. So they come out and make public statements and they draw people in. And then people, what are you drawing people in for? To have an opinion, to know what people think? Yeah. And to also form an act, demand an act. Yeah, that's what they do. But the problem is that they never stand on their statements and they always contradict themselves and each other. That's the problem. So no matter how you look at it with Jabari, I mean, would you really, what kind of African priest would sit up there and be on a panel with a nuthead like Tazariak talking about he hate Africans? Why would you even waste your time? Why would you even waste your time? But you do. And you know, that's how Tazariak makes money. So you help him make money. That's what you're doing by participating with him, by playing along with this foolishness. And then not only that, you go back on your word just about, I mean, because you can't really expect people to think, oh, you really meant what you said about Polite. But all the other crazy stuff, you have no opinion about. It's like none of it makes sense, bro. None of it makes sense. You have to be, and this is giving retarded people a bad name, but you have to be retarded to think that any of it makes sense. And the problem is that they really cannot expect everybody to be retarded. Everybody's not going to go down that low on a mental level and just be like, yeah, this makes sense, and yeah, this is the best we can do, and yeah, but maybe he meant this, and yeah, just time after time. And even the thing about, I agree, like, if Sarnetta, who said Sarnetta ever stopped selling drugs? Whoever said he stopped? You can do both. I mean, I don't believe the brother stopped. I mean, and I'm not saying
You
that
know,
because I know a
that's
damn thing about it, but look at his face.
that's what they're gonna use to deflect. So we might as well leave that, because then he's
Yeah,
gonna
leave
talk.
that alone. You
He's
know what I'm
gonna
saying?
avoid the
What the
girl. He's gonna avoid the age. He's gonna avoid the time sentence, the charge. He's gonna, oh look, man, he
now?
said I'm still doing drug. Oh my God.
Look, there's not much of a difference between using drugs and selling it. There's not really. There's a distinction. There's a distinction, but there's not much of a difference. I mean, let's put it to you this way: he never left drugs alone. That's what it looked like. Let's just put it that way. So it doesn't matter if you're talking about selling or using. The man clearly is not
He's
just
gonna
left the
say, show
stuff
the
alone.
paperwork. He's gonna say, show
You
the
know what I'm saying?
paperwork. He's gonna
No,
say, show the
but
paperwork, like Nikki.
I'm admitting
You know?
myself it's a guess. I'm admitting myself it's a guess, but it's an educated guess. It's an
Yeah.
educated guess. You know what I'm saying? But
Because
you know,
with Nikki, he was
can
like,
he
show
say
the
it?
proof, show the
Look,
evidence. But he remembers
look,
Nikki now.
would he even go on his own platform and say, man, I left drugs alone a long time ago, man? Ask anybody that know me. I haven't been doing drugs for years. He would never dare say that. He would never say it because people would laugh out of them. They would be like, man, oh my God. People would call in, man, you was doing that shit last week, son. You know what I'm saying? What the hell is that? What's in front of your face when you go live?
Ask him, because with Nikki, to my knowledge, he never said, no, I was not in a relationship with Nikki. And it's been months.
Look, these guys, they crazy. When the police pull you over, they look in your eyes. That's the first thing they do is look in your eyes, and they decide, does this person look intoxicated, high, or drunk, or something? I look at their eyes. Their eyes are dilated. Look at how their eyes are going, and then they make a choice from then on. You see what I'm saying? And people going to do the same thing when they look at Sarnetta when his ass go live. Think about it. Look at this motherfucker's eyes, man. They popping out his head. His eyes are leaping out, like, and the way he's talking, it's like he is like enjoying every second of cursing your butt out. You know, your mama, yeah, I meant it. Yeah, I said it. Yeah, it's like this dude's like a chihuahua on like a brick of the gasolina, man. It's like, you know. So I mean, hey, maybe I'm wrong, but in any case,
He's gonna use that. He's gonna say, see, people, see, family, they're slandering me. They're slandering me. Senator, how old was the girl? How old was the girl that was molested by the ICP? That same thing that you talked about. That girl that was molested by the ICPK member who is still in prison now and who is receiving money from Captain Tazaya. Now, I know it's inconvenient that Chris MVP Harris revealed to the world that the guy who's in prison for that child molestation case is Tazaya's cousin. But how old was the girl, Senator? Go ahead, Bennett.
Oh yeah, but just to be clear about it, him using drugs or whatever he want to do to himself, he's not hurting anybody else. So I mean, to that note, I don't really have an issue with it. If he wants to knock himself out on the day, you know, nod out or whatever, or have a party his way out of existence, and, you know, that's his own choice. Yeah, that's his own choice, man. Like Elvis. You know, but I mean, you know, that's not hurting anybody else. The issue is really about kids. You know, you could look at the man's face and tell there's additives. You know, and that's not just him. That's anybody. You can look at people and see that. After a while, you live life long enough, you can tell. But that's not necessarily your issue. The issue you raise with people. You know, I'm not against somebody going home and having a drink. They had a long day at work or whatever. Go have your beer, man. Whatever it is, you know, if you got issues and you just need to do what you got to do to get along your day, go ahead and do what you got to do. I don't have an issue with that myself. I don't do that, but I don't carry my day to day like that at all. I don't. It's not good for your health, especially when you get older, you know. And but if I was to have a beer on a hot day after work, just to cool my mind or relax or come down, maybe I work too hard or something, I wouldn't want nobody pointing the finger at me. But again, so it's not about that. What people do to themselves, it's the same thing as who you sleeping with at night. When you close your door, nobody know. But when you're hurting other people, that's the issue. When you're actually hurting other people, that's the problem. And you know, as far as this community thing, this revolutionary thing, so-called revolutionary thing, you know, these guys, they're not helping. They're not helping. They're harming. They're confusing a lot of young people. They're steering a lot of young people off the track. And yeah, you do not need to be on drugs and dope and all of that shit and be trying to lead young people or trying to persuade people to be involved with any type of degenerate behavior. You know what I mean? But it's clear that they out there. These guys promote cults. That's what they do. And that's what they are. They're cults. They don't think that cults are bad for their community when, in fact, they're very bad for our community. They're just as bad as the Mormons are for white folk out there in the middle of America. You know, they get to sleep with each other's daughters, harm, they keep all kinds of secrets. And the leader, they mix the leader up with God. And you try to come for the leader, and all the victims come and protect the leader because they've been raised as little kids to protect the leader. This is what we're talking about. And again, if these were white people, these same motherfuckers would be out there saying, look at that. See that trash? See what they doing? See? That's exactly what they would be doing. But because they're black, they saying, oh, you can't do that. You tearing your own people down. It's just like, come on, man. Yeah.
Yeah, they like to say we're tearing our own people down. So it means that the child molester, convicted child molesters are that they are our people.
You tearing your own people down. Shaka, stop doing that. And then the next thing they're going to say is, but I hate Africans. It's like, which one is it, motherfucker? Goddamn. Like,
so this means that an African that's going to be a nice person, help people out, and maybe even helping Hebrew Israelites are going through things. Maybe helping those Hebrew Israelite mothers whose daughters were molested by those Hebrew Israelite camps. He's going to hate them. But the Israelites who molest girls who could be as young as 9 years old, he's defending them and sending them money. Do they send money to other people? I mean, damn, it may be big. Maybe they have a child molesters fund, man. I said maybe. Maybe they have a child molesters fund. Now that girl, was she 9 years old or younger? Was he the only one who sexually abused her? I mean, dang. So, you know where some of that oil money goes. You know where some of that debate money goes. His wife, when she had an interview with Polite, she said that he could not even afford the $10 monthly gym membership fee. But the guy was in prison for child molestation, he receives the money. Now, we were told that, and the lady confirmed, Robon's wife confirmed that the ICPK women get fined if they disobey their husband. If they are disrespectful towards their husband, they get fined, man. You're fined. You have a citation, $100, $150. So now we know where some of that money goes. I mean, at this point, it may not just be one case, but a whole bunch of cases, man. Let's find out how old
most people don't report it, man. Most people don't report it, Shaka, and you can see within that kind of structure how it's not going to be reported most often, man. It's going to be rare when child molestation within these cults are going to be reported. It's just that simple. I mean, if you don't know anything else, you have to know that. And it's only a few that's going to report it. And so what we're seeing is the few. What we hear about is the few purely only. When you see that that this brother, I don't know why I'm saying brother. It's wrong to say it, really, to be honest. But Polite, it's because he called himself Brother Polite. So this is again part of the manipulation. Even the idea of polite, it's like, God damn, you're polite. It should
So
just be, he should just find another name.
no,
He's
no,
polite
no,
about raping you, polite about
it's not.
robbing you and scamming you.
Yeah, just a detail. It's not polite, Polite. It's polite, Polight. Because first he was known as True Light, and he decided to
Oh,
change his name to Polite.
so
Yes.
as in
So it's a
poor,
wordplay with
as in
light.
poor. Okay,
No, just
poor
P-O,
light.
but only one word. But it basically the
Po,
main word
po.
is light, like, the sunlight, because
Uh,
before it was
I don't trust
True
none of
Light.
them cult names. Yeah,
Yeah.
but yeah, man. I don't trust them cult names. They have some voodoo on them. But it's like even his
I
case.
don't mind voodoo,
You
but what they're doing is not
you
voodoo,
yeah. Yeah, I
Voodoo,
shouldn't have said that either. It's something
yeah,
worse.
they don't teach you, you can have sex with
This
9-year-old
got
girls.
some pedophile voodoo. I'm sorry. This is some extra. This is some pedophile type of cult shit. But
Pedophile
I mean,
Asiatic black man doctrine, man.
it's
let's call
definitely
it what
something
it
where
is.
it's something where the women and children are taught to go along with bad behavior. Defend bad behavior at the price for the nation to survive. But these guys, even with Polite's thing, I mean, it's obvious. He got you. I mean, no matter what, if you know anything about child molestation victims and the fact that most don't speak out, the natural idea would be, okay, Polite's been caught. He's been caught doing this. So what about the other ones that he didn't get caught with, that didn't speak out? It's just a normal thing to think. It's an educated thought to think. It's just really obvious. And so, but you even hear about it. You even hear about other people that say things so it's not surprising. The rule is the rule. The normal rule is that when you see one going to court, it means there's many others that happen that just didn't make it that far for one reason or another. They either didn't want to speak out in the court or they didn't want to speak out to anybody, period. And that's the reality of it. And these guys are all sitting together like they pretend that's not the case and defending each other. And it's like, and then they even speak out at times. I mean, why would Sonetta speak out about one girl that Polite knows, and yet he just totally take a reverse? He's just totally reversed from that. Jabari speaks out, then he totally reversed from the whole idea. Because if you think that statement is just supposed to apply to Polite, it's supposed to apply to anybody with any kind of bad behavior, right?
Yeah.
In general, not just to one person, but and the idea that you would speak about it publicly, list your opinion publicly, and then somehow think that if somebody else states their opinion publicly and then wants to know, do you agree, that's somehow trying to drag them into a personal beef? It's like, so was your statement about Polite, was that about a personal beef between you and Polite? I mean,
Yeah.
it just doesn't make sense. These guys, they're all hypocrites on this shit, man. And it's sad to see it. These are grown men. These are not 25-year-old men anymore. These are not 22-year-old men that make mistakes, that never experienced any life. These are dudes with goddamn beards. Beards claiming to know shit, of the age where they definitely could have grown kids, and they're making these kind of silly ass mistakes. I mean, these aren't normal people, dude. These are not regular people. Normal adults that age, regardless what they're involved with, they carry themselves a little better than that. They're going to stand on their word, whether it's right or wrong, but you won't catch them flip-flopping like this. All these guys are in deep shit. They don't stand for nothing. They don't even stand for themselves, man. It's really sad. It's really sad to see that, but that's my opinion. They can't carry their own weight. That's my opinion of it, and I would never understand why anybody would try to cap on any of that, cap or cape for any of them. And I would also not understand why anybody would not expect better, way better than that, just from the average man. Just way better, just from the average man, I mean, we got to do way better than that, just on the average. That's my thing, man. I think you start in your community, you start in the place where you found yourself. And I think, Shaka, that's where you found yourself. You found yourself in the metasphere or in the YouTube sphere with these guys some time ago. And I think it's all fair game. I think it's all fair game that you talk about it. That's your community.
That's
You were
not
there.
his
They know about
community. Bennett, that's not his community, Bennett.
No. But I'm not saying
from France, man.
no.
No, he mean
It's
black
not
people,
his. No, I'm not saying it's his. It's not my community when I walk outside of my house. But if I've been in YouTube communicating with these same people on these same platforms with these same topics, that's your community too. You see what I mean? And to abdicate any voice about it, you can't just walk away from it that way. You're a part of it.
Let them tell it. He from France.
Oh yeah, but they some goddamn hypocrites themselves, man.
I turn on my YouTube. I'm hearing Shaka. I'm like, oh man, Shaka, here you go with the energy first thing this morning. Like I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like I told you, bro. Like these people are what they are, and that's just what they always gonna be. The majority of the world is like that. So
no, not the majority of the world.
Yeah. They dominating us, Shaka. They winning. The evil has been winning. But I'll tell you,
no. It's extra double. It's extra double where they at, man. These guys.
I'm drinking my coffee right now because you know what I'm saying. I told Shaka he needs to drink some coffee, man.
I don't drink coffee, but you know, I'm wondering that case of Zayak's cousin, according to Chris MVP Harris, but it's definitely an IUCPK member. Saneda said it. Zayak didn't deny it.
Yeah.
Would it be the only case of an IUCPK member found guilty of child molestation?
I doubt
Would it be the only one?
But you know, the majority of them, they're not gonna get caught. So,
no, but I mean, some of course will not get caught because it was not reported. Maybe some people were threatened. Some will be charged. Some will be charged and not found guilty. But some people are ultimately found guilty of that. So I'm wondering, that case, is it the only case where someone is found guilty? But before everything, and greetings to you, Andrea Brunet, before anything, brothers and sisters, remember, our efforts should be focused on finding the age of the girl, and then we will find the charges. So we can know the age of the guy who did that. You see? Because some people have proposed that she may have been 9 years old. But go ahead, young Heru.
Don't you just need the guy name that's locked up in order to figure out what the charges and thing was?
Well, we will need either his name or the case number. And I don't know his name. I mean, Zayak's government name is on his social media. But I don't know if his cousin, if that is his cousin, but that's what Chris MVP Harris said. I don't know if he bears the same name because you don't necessarily have the same last name as your cousin. So,
right.
Yeah, but, you know those guys, you know, in New York, in New Jersey, you know what I'm saying, in the South, Midwest, you know, I mean, they know each other, man. You know what I'm saying? They know each other.
Yeah,
some people know.
We need to talk to Inky. He might know somebody that knows somebody. But yeah, I don't know, man.
I don't like to wait on people. That's why on a regular basis, I'm urging people to help us find out the age of the girl and the charges. And the best thing will be to have documents because they will be like, show the paperwork. You know, that's how they are. I mean, the guy already said that the dude was found guilty. That's established. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that don't matter to them.
Yeah, it doesn't matter to them. Because even though he was found guilty, he said the guy was not guilty. So, I mean, the denial is real. Yep. But was the girl 9 or was she younger? Because when we will find out the age.
But was she older? Who said she was 9? Somebody said that?
Well, let me show you. In the chat, some people presume or propose or wonder that maybe she was 9 years old. For example, let me show it. I'm not making it up. Akasha 254 wrote, I think I think 9 years old. After all, they said in the kingdom they would get them at 9 years old. That's GMS who said they would get them at 9 years old. But Kunas said live on Air Senator's panel that ISUPK teach the same thing. You see?
Yeah.
Then we have the who was it? I don't want to make a mistake with the name. But if I go up, I have to go up a little bit. Yeah, what's David? David here.
Just like
go up.
Go ahead.
There it is. Seems like she's 9 or younger, maybe even younger.
Yeah, I mean,
and they don't want that info out. Go ahead, young Haru.
I mean, I understand regardless of what we know, she was underage. So regardless of how old she is, you know what I mean, it's still rape and child molesting. But just to show you, you know, like I'm just, it's just sickening.
But
I think about it to just show you that they don't care what age the child is. You know what I mean?
But they have this excuse.
Yeah, it happens to 4 or 5 year old children, Shaka. You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, but brother, you see now David just wrote, I do believe she was 9 because they are super quiet. The thing is that, you know, like we were saying earlier, if the girl is like 14 or 15, then they may say, oh, she's lying, blah, blah, blah. But it's unlikely for a 9-year-old girl to make this kind of stuff up. And if there's child molestation, even if the hymen is intact,
but you know, but
yeah,
you know,
I mean,
they quiet about everything, Shaka, including
but you know, young Haru, man, if I got some paperwork, if I have some paperwork or testimonial from the victim or the family of the victim, if I know the age of the girl, man, Jabari ain't gonna get away like he did, sending me an email 3 weeks later asking me, why are you trying to drag me into this personal conflict between you and Sanada? I'm gonna go in the F up. Chris MVP Harris is.
I was telling you from the jump, you know what I mean, about all these guys. They all the same. They all knew from the jump what was going on. They were all ignoring it like they doing now. So regardless of what, they just gonna ignore it and try to dumb it down. And like I told you, as long as they have their group and their followers and these so-called leaders in these elders that keep allowing them to use them for propaganda and profit, that's the trend, you know what I mean?
But brother young Harry, let's not be pessimistic, let's be optimistic. You see, for example, David wrote, he wrote, we need to track down the names. Because trust me, brother, whenever I have some documents and I know for sure the age of the girl, man, I'm gonna give them that work.
I understand where you
come. Prince MVP Harry's gonna get that work. Javario Sase gonna get that work. Garfield Reed gonna get that work. Butler Reggie gonna get that work. Scam Cheddar Sanetta Frankie gonna get that work. ISUPK gonna get that work. And only Mika will not manage to save them in the chat.
They've been getting that work, Shaka. You know what I mean? Like I told you, like just like Inky said, like when you see people following these people, they into certain things that the people are into. They could relate to them. So it's not even about exposing these guys anymore. You know what I mean? It's about exposing the whole so-called conscious community.
Well, brother, hold on. I disagree with you. They didn't get that work because the mighty Hebrew, the mighty Hebrew, there's a paperwork.
That work, Shaka. You see they run it scared?
They're running scared. But they didn't get that work. That was appetizer. We didn't even do the main course, let alone the dessert. Because the mighty Hebrew, the mighty Hebrew, they changed that into a love story, man. They changed that into a love story. He was 17. She was 15. Like they act like it doesn't say rape or involuntary deviant sexual intercourse.
Exactly.
But now, if the girl is 9, you know, if the girl is 9, how are they gonna say, "Oh, the guy was in a relationship with the 9-year-old girl"? And
exactly. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But, you look like he even sodomizer. He tried to go up in a rectum, man. That's what they say.
No, he does. Well, the hymen is intact, which means that if he was found guilty of child molestation, it may have been sodomy, or it may have been oral sex. And if it was oral sex, true. I don't see a 9-year-old girl be like, "Hey, come here, daddy. Let me please you. Let me go down on you." It would mean that he forced her to do it.
But you know what I'm saying? I told you, they all scumbag, Shaka. You know what I mean? They all got some rapists, child molesting, tranny, scamming. Like I just told you, like how
Yeah,
the guy
the
just
scamming, yeah,
embarrassed.
Garfield Reed, and
Yeah, and
unfortunately, yeah. But now we have an opportunity. We have an opportunity because you see, we have the paperwork for the Mighty Hebrew, and they flip that into a love
yeah,
story.
we have
They
a lot
may
of
even
paperwork on a lot of them.
hey, they may even do a fundraising to make a documentary or a movie about the love story between the Mighty Hebrew and the young girl. Like Sanetta said, they're waiting for the guy to turn 18, and when he was no longer a minor, and then they charge him.
That don't
So they
mean
may even release
that's
a movie.
ridiculous. That's
On
ridiculous, Shaka.
what is it called? Wrongfully convicted.
Yeah, that's
The
ridiculous.
love
Like, come
story
on.
between the great mighty Hebrew dude and that and his
We gotta
15-year-old girlfriend. Just 2 year difference.
gotta
But anyway, but check this out. Now we have an opportunity to have some paperwork, some documentation about this guy and that girl who apparently was very young, so young that nobody wants to talk about it. Christian VP Harris called yesterday. He's like, oh man, you can say anything you want, but why is my name? Why is my name in the title? He was worried about his name on the title,
He
man.
called you yesterday again?
Yeah, he called him on the panel. I asked him how old was the girl. He's like, man, why is my name in the title? I put him off the panel. Then he wrote in the chat, I'm gonna fag your account. I was like, hey, do what you gotta do, man. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, he came on.
We need to start
He's worried
flagging
about his.
accounts too.
Come again?
No, I mean, like that man, they some suckers, man. Like I told you, they think it's all fun and games because they think you in France. You know what I'm saying? They don't know. They don't know you got connections in America, Shaka.
We don't even need to go there, brother.
Where does fool Chris at anyway?
He's in Florida, but I'm not worried about this dude for real, man. I'm not worried about this dude.
I'm just saying, though, that's just some sucker shit to be trying to flag people channel. That's what he got 100 different titles with people names in it. So what is he talking
and
about?
pictures.
Like I told you,
pictures.
Shaka, they choose their side. They choose it. Like all of them, huh? All these followers, even Sekou the monkey from Africa. Because that's exactly what he is. He think he intelligent, but he dumb as a rat. Because when you ain't got no backbone, no morals, you can't stand up for yourself, you a sucker, boy. In this real world, all that so-called book knowledge and yada, 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 that don't mean nothing. None of y'all ain't brave enough to sacrifice for nothing. None of y'all ain't going to bleed for nothing. And in this world, you have to bleed and kill and die for something. That's what history already showed.
He said he
Hold on, let me finish. So in saying that, right, I told you these men are not men. They ain't got no balls. They have no backbone. Just yesterday, after the debate, they were on Sanetta channel and uncle's crying like a little girl because people saying Sanchez win the debate and they were back and forth cursing each other after the debate. That's just to show you these people, they are not. I have to get the timeline for you, but I'll go back.
Yeah, no, but hold on. I just want to know who was on cursing. Was he cursing Sanchez or Sekou?
Yeah, Sanchez.
Okay,
they were
okay,
going
okay.
back and forth, B word and yada yada and all kind of this and that. Like it's just a bunch of nonsense, if you ask me. Like I told you, but yeah. In saying that, man, I told you these men they suck just like Secret Infinity, the woman that was acting like she was going to stand up for something. You realize she just disappeared from your channel, and because you know what happened, right? When she was over here, Sanetta blocked her. He dumped her. So she had to stop coming and stand up for what's right so she could end up back in the chats as a moderator on Sanetta panel. And that's what happened. So
but you know,
these people that supposedly have kids and act like they have respect, they don't. You know, Jabari is one of the worst. All that priest and
yeah. But you know,
all that nonsense.
At least you know the sister. She tried, you know, but the peer pressure, Sanetta pressure. But let's hear it, yo. It's just 1 minute. Let's hear it for brothers and sisters who don't know. She was a moderator on Sanetta's channel, and she came, and that's what she said when I was about me addressing the child molesters and the rapist. Okay, Sister Sacred Infinite, feel free to speak, sister.
Peace and blessings to you, Shaka, and peace and blessings to everyone on the panel and everyone in the chat. I just wanted to give my take on things as far as the gossip in the conscious community. What I want to say, Shaka, is it seems as if, when you shed light onto people's dirty, devilish things that you do, it seems like nobody wants to deal with it. I feel like these things, people should be put in the hot seat. We should be dealing with it as a conscious community, correcting it and say that we don't approve of it, instead of terming it gossip or, oh, that's old news. How can anything ever be old news when people are constantly being introduced to the conscious community? Everyone didn't arrive at the same time, and not only is it some of the stuff isn't old, some of the stuff is actually happening right now, and it is a conversation, even if it's tough, that needs to be had.
All right.
All that talking won't change shit, man.
No, but hey, I don't blame her, man. She's just a woman, and she had all these grown men. They probably threaten her. They probably say, I know some stuff about you. I have video, I have video.
If that's the case, she should be ashamed of herself.
No, hey, young girl, I understand you, but let's take it easy on the sister, because she spoke.
No.
But check this out.
You sound like a hypocrite now, Shaka.
No, hear me out, brother.
All of them, I don't care. All of them, Shaka, just like the sister She Dumb. She's not getting off the hook neither. I'm attacking all of them. Every last one.
Her she's another nutcase, but you see, the sister Infinite. Yeah, you see, this is a sacred infinite energy. She spoke out. She did not go back on her statement.
Yes, she's back on her tongue. She biting her tongue now. She biting her tongue now. That's why she's not on your panel no more. That's why she's a moderator over there. She's a moderator on Saturday channel. That means she's biting her tongue and she's not standing up for it anymore, because everybody else on that side choose not to stand up for it. So that's the easier route to just go.
But at least at least she spoke, but she didn't, recant that statement. Now you see, some people, unfortunately, they don't have much going on in their lives, and hanging over there on our panel on the HOK, being a moderator, for them it's like Sekou. Sekou is studying at a university. He has knowledge, he knows culture and languages, but he doesn't have anything going on in his life. That's why being on our panel, being disrespected, is great for him.
That's what universities do to man.
No, that's not university. That's being a groupie. Sekou is a groupie. Sekou is capping for Karenga and Kwanzaa, which is a plagiarized holiday of Hanukkah. You know what I'm saying? I mean, sometimes people, they're like that. They're just groupies.
Too. He act like he's out of it, but he look like he's stuck in religion.
Hey, man, you know what I'm saying? Hey, he's going to find out the hard way. Sekou will find out the hard way, man. They don't like him over there. They made it clear. You know what I'm saying? So, here, Akasha wrote, Sekou had my utmost respect, but kissing us, the very person who blatantly say he hate Africans like him. I mean, to claim to be Ethiopian and then butt kissing a guy who says that he hates African, that
doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. He's not a Ethiopian, because a Ethiopian, there's nothing about being a Ethiopian that says you have to waste your time with xenophobia. There's nothing about it that says that in the first place. And he's literally sitting there thinking that he's going to convince or be accepted in a group of people that are xenophobes. And that's exactly what they're doing when they're saying it. They're just doing the same thing that, sadly enough, has happened all the time. You could look at that on a macro level or a micro level. If you want to look at it on the micro level, gangs do it every day. They ain't from our set. Leave them alone. Stop doing this. And then guess what they do? Then they kill each other in their set from their own group, rob each other, and then say, don't snitch. It's the same type of behavior. You see what I mean? And that's the problem with it. So you can't deal with lunatics, and there's nothing about being a Diopian that says you got to be a lunatic and bow down to this kind of bullshit. And Sekou is doing that. So Sekou, he might see himself as a Diopian, but he needs to understand something. It's not what you call yourself, it's what you do. And calling yourself a Diopian doesn't necessarily make you a high grade Ethiopian. You see what I mean? So it don't make you a man. You see what I mean? It's like I would never tell no African or no African American or no Colombian brother or sister or anyone in the diaspora to put up with bullshit from anybody else in the diaspora. Since when is that supposed to be the status quo? You see what I mean? Bullshit is just bullshit. That's all it is. In every place you go in the world, there's bullshit people and then there's non-bullshit people. And that exists in the diaspora also. You see what I mean? So Sekou, he decided to put up with bullshit.
That's bullshit. You know what I'm saying? That's my point. That's why I say all of them. I don't care who it is. Every last one of them that choose that side, if they come to man, I'm dissing them. I don't give a damn because they don't stand for nothing. These supposed to be grown women. These supposed to be grandma and mother. Act like they don't care about the issues. Like I told you, bro, fairy tale is much easier to discuss. So black people rather live in a fairy tale than face the charges and the challenges they have in front they're facing. You know, so in saying that people dying every day, teenagers dying every day, right in their same city, in the same neighborhood. So in saying that, like I just think that the people that making a change is people that stand up for their community when things happen. You see them out there on the streets, just like when the woman got raped and all these grown men and the neighborhood security was out there looking for the guy. You know what I mean? That's the people that really out here doing something. All these YouTube people in the streets, it's all about money. You know what I mean? And for those that don't make money, they want to be seen. So they will put their self over children. You know, these people, the humans in the world really don't have no compassion. They just talk that talk. They ain't about that real. They don't really feel people pain. A tear don't drop out their eye when they see people being treated miserable, taken advantage of. You know what I mean? Until it happened to their family member, they don't care. Let something happen to Saneda child tomorrow. Watch the whole conscious community collapse. Everybody, oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm this. Oh, you see what I'm saying? But chill, you think they care about these victims that being raped or being taken advantage of? No, they ain't losing no sleep. They back to making
No, that's
their
what I'm
money the
saying.
next day. So this is
On the
what I'm
most
saying.
micro level, they don't give a shit.
Yeah,
On the most micro
exactly.
level.
This is what I'm saying. So all these sisters that choosing that side because it did not happen to their immediate family. That means they're a piece of shit. Period. I don't. Yeah, come at me, please, because I'm telling it like it is. Because if you cared, you would not go over there and dumb down just to be on somebody's platform. You would stand up for what's right. You would bring more awareness to it. You would make Shaka the pillar of the community. You would tell everybody what he's doing and bring them over here. So it could be more exposed, because the more it exposed, that's when things is gonna happen. That's when, just like you see, this is why I don't like about black people. You know? They always quick to explode and make everything, blow everything out of proportion when it is a white person that do a black person something, which is rarely. Black people killing each other every day, raping each other, fighting, this, that, whatever you want to call it. They doing this every day. Once in a blue moon, a white person will get in an incident with a black person or a police, whatever the case may be. I ain't saying that they have any right to do what they did, but I'm just saying the same outcry we have just for like the guy that got choked on the subway by the white guy because he was. And another, you see how ridiculous these black people are. They had the cameras in his face. Nobody didn't go and grab the white boy and choke the life out of him, because that's why I would have choked him till he let the black guy go. They just watching and videotaping. That's to show you the kind of compassion people have in the world. So yeah, I'm just saying, man, you know what I'm saying? That's what it is, man. People don't care. They quick to jump and want to make the whole world aware that what the white guy did, but look at what the black guy doing, the other black children every day. Look at what the black men are doing to the black kids. You know what I mean? Where is the outcry? Where is all these lawyers and Tarika and my son and all of them? Where are they at? Why they ain't talking about African Bambada and all these raping and thing that's going on? Why no? You see what I'm saying? So it just show you it's level to these things, and people, they're gonna hide behind status and hide behind whatever they can. And when it's something that the whole world or people mad about, they're gonna jump to the front line. But you see, when you think people, they don't know
I
about
agree
people like
with you.
Chaka Channel. They know about people that even lawyers or whatever community activists. There are people that know about people that talk about these kind of issues. But it's only so much they're gonna do, you know. So that just to show you they have no compassion. Only when they could get the limelight, only when they could sue the government and make millions. That's when it matters. But go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with you, young hero. But the things that I really agree with you. But the sister at the end of the day, she spoke, and they probably told her, man, Senator probably told her, you don't lost all your privileges against right here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and then
exactly.
And then she was like, man, that's the only thing I have going on in my life. And the same people were down with her, like, looking down on her, like, man, you done betrayed us by doing that, I mean, like only Fanika, and all these
it's
other
a
people.
game. Yeah, it's a game to them.
It's like a family, you know what I'm saying? But then again, we will not expect a woman to stand up. The men are supposed to stand up alongside the woman, you know what I'm saying? So maybe, she may come back here or not, but it's okay. We do what's right. But she tried, you see, she tried. She did speak out, and that's important. Yeah, she did try, man, and she spoke out. It's true. Yeah. But we have a
I ain't
got nothing
against
her, man. Feel free, sister.
It ain't got nothing to do with being spoke out. You gotta stand on your square. Period.
But also that I wish she stood on a square, but I like the fact that she spoke out long before a lot of people did, bro. She did. She was very quick to speak out too, and I like that. And she know that them dudes ain't gonna like that.
Right to like what they like. I'm straight to the point. You know what I mean? I ain't beating around no bush.
You are so
right. But regardless of who they are, who just like you mad with Saneda and this one and that one, everybody that's done with that group you should have the same mindset, same attitude about it, because they all know and they all choose side. Period. There's no way around it. But go ahead, Angela.
Yeah. What's up, Angela?
Hi, good morning and good afternoon wherever you are, and happy Mother's Day to the ladies in the U.S.
Yes,
happy
Mother's Day, indeed.
I agree. Yeah. I'm just gonna say, hey, look, it doesn't take a lot of people to get this stuff going. Look, it's just been a few people. I mean, Shaka's heading it up, but it's been just a few people coming out here making a stance against this, and look what's happening. I mean, it's like the domino effect has kicked in, and people are upset because they're on the wrong side of the domino. Okay, so at the end of the day, it doesn't take. It's just few in numbers. It doesn't take a whole lot. It doesn't take a whole lot. And as far as standing on your square, we need to do all of that. And then sometimes you still have to have a little bit of empathy and compassion, because you don't know what's going on in other people's lives that's causing them to react or do whatever they're doing. But I try to keep Shaka encouraged, because I know sometimes they try to come in there and beat him up and beat him down. And this is not even about a platform or an individual. This is about what's happening in our community to our children, and for other people not to have the same passion or fire or heat as it concerns what's happening to our children speaks volumes to who they are and why they feel like they got to stand on another side that doesn't care. I'm glad that those of us who do come over here have decided that this is something honorable and worth, standing in your square for, because all these other people who are trying to make excuses or defend somebody else's character, when they can see how how they are moving in who they are speaks volumes to who they are. And all of us have to sit down at some point and take an introspective of what we're doing and why we're doing it and why we're saying what we're saying. And I'm just, like I said, I just try to keep him encouraged, because I know that people try to beat him up all the time because it's harder standing for the truth than it is to uplift a lie. You can lie all day long, and if somebody doesn't know you and doesn't know your character, they're not going to know you're lying. But we've seen it displayed over and over and over again, from the videos to just the words that are coming out of other people's mouths, how they're distorting what he's saying to try to make him look bad, as opposed to saying, hey, wait a minute, I need to take a look and think and see this for myself, and not just believe what I'm hearing coming from somebody else's mouth. As you say all the time, young Heru, our character is what's being put on display. And if their lack of character means more to them than them having integrity and character, then they're going to have to deal with the consequences that come with that. And I guarantee you, once all this polite stuff goes to trial and all that kind of stuff, you're going to see a big change, because there's no way that these people are going to be able to continue to stand behind all of this nonsense as it concerns children. I don't care about the adult. I don't care about all the stuff that comes out of their mouth. What I'm concerned about is what's happening to our children. And we, as supposed to be the adults and the mature people in the room, are supposed to have that kind of mentality that our kids are important, because they're our future, and if we don't catch them now, it's going to be worse as time goes on. And this is not something we need to be playing with. This is just as serious as anything else that our kids might be going through, because we don't know everything. Our kids are exposed to so much today compared to when we were younger, and it's just time for us to take a stand. I gotta try to tell Shaka, I'm here, man. I may not be where you are, and again, I don't understand why they are trying to say where you live or where you're from is a problem. Help me understand that, because we all experience this around the world. And how is where you live a problem with you speaking into it?
Yeah, they only say that because they feel like he's not next door. People like to talk loud. When they take
next door, because they keep coming at him. He is next door. He is right in their living room. He's wherever he is on YouTube. He's in your house, because he's in my house. You're in my house today.
Physically,
I know what you mean.
Yeah,
I know what you mean.
All that tough guy talk, in person, people like, if you really about that life, you gonna be, don't care. But the majority of them, they only acting like if they meet face to face, they're gonna want to have a conversation. All these yada yada they acting on the internet.
That's just deflecting. That's just deflecting. Sorry to cut you off, young Heru. That's just deflecting.
Yeah, that is deflecting too. But I'm saying,
because they're running away from the main situation, the main issue, the main topic at hand, and they come up with those weak talking points.
But you know what?
And that's go ahead.
Yeah, and check this out. If you look at where New York is in proximity to France, right? Look at the distance. And then you just look at what everybody's on cable, everybody's on the internet today. Everybody's on YouTube. Social media is the largest media now, right? And then you look at the distance from Los Angeles to New York, right? Actually, I don't even know, man. It looks like New York is in the middle, but is California further away from New York than France? Is it? I don't think so. I don't actually think so. And actually, when you talk about somebody like Whack 100, they also would say the same thing. They from the West Coast. They don't know how it is over here on the East Coast and blah, blah, blah. Yep. They always get down to this thing about trying to find one reason why this thing that this person can't help to have is the disqualifying feature. And it's just like, come on, man, what about the conversation we have? And get away from just the one thing that the person has that they can't. Next is going to be their gender. Well, you don't know how it is to be a man. It's like everybody can't be a man, though.
Yeah, it's already had that conversation. I just sometimes I don't wonder, what's wrong with us. Like, people always want to go back in history and mental slavery and yada 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 and this and that and the genes and all kind of, they swear to the creator and they know these things for sure. But in saying that a lot of these people never been whipped, never been slaves. Their mother wasn't slaves neither. They had the opportunity to go school, make what choices they wanted to make. So I just feel like all that, yeah, the white man might have do things in his time or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But for you to have your own mind from time you was born, and then you trying to take information that been on this earth before you was born and try to apply it to yourself, which you never went through these things. You know what I mean? I think it's kind of pathetic, man, because everybody have them. I can't think for everybody, because some people mind, not the same. Some things certain scientists do, I can't even comprehend. So everybody mind don't tick the same. So you can't speak for everybody. But I just don't feel like all that fairy tale, or it's in the genes and man, this and that. No, man, we have our own mind and we could make our own decisions. We could change if we wanted to, if that's the way we feel. And we only say that because people before us write history and told us that's why. So we accept
Look,
everything to dumb the
hey Rue,
responsibility about taking
hey Rue,
accountable for our
all
own
these
actions.
guys elders, bro. Hey Rue, all these guys elders, all the people that they claim are elders, all the people that these men claim are elders in the black community have traveled to Europe, have been received by European blacks, have traveled around to different countries, sat in. So what it so that's the problem with that
It's
statement.
yeah,
They're
it's
they're acting
American.
like they're acting like these elders don't travel around to Europe, don't go to the UK, don't go to France. Don't they all do? They all do. Not all of them, but most of them do. And they go and they get a check and they go and they speak to these people. So
Yeah,
how come
yeah.
all of these people didn't say to them, "Well, wait a minute, elder, you ain't from here. You don't know how it
Exactly.
is over here. You don't know how the white man is in France, elder. You don't really
Yep.
know how it is here, elder." None of them
Because
said that.
we
They
don't
they
think
all
like
said,
that.
"Elder." They all said, "Elder, we get you. Aha, we got something in common." But now that Shaka,
Yep.
he's
You see
saying
how they
something
flip
about
the script.
rape
Yeah.
and pedophilia, they have the nerve to say that where he's from disqualifies him from
Yeah.
talking about that. That is just ridiculous. And that shows
But
you how much these brothers even know about their own elders. They don't even know that their own elders go around the world traveling, even
but
to Africa.
yeah,
It's just ridiculous, man.
you know what happened, Bennett, too, or why I say this, why I say that, because they would distance themselves from Brooklyn to Queens, from DC to New York. From so every you see this is a so I just be like, is it really in the genes? Is it really a mental slavery thing that we can't even see what we doing? You know, I mean, they know what they're doing.
Hey, look,
It's an easy
listen.
way
Hey,
out. They
Ru.
say, oh no, that guy from Queens, he ain't
Hey,
from
Ru.
Brooklyn. You know what I mean?
Look,
It's the same
you know
thing.
when America, hey, Ru, when the United States was formed, it was you had some different ethnicities of Europeans, and one of them got a foothold, the British, and then they were there for a generation, and those British descendants and others, they got a foothold, and they said, "Wait a second, you other Brits that keep coming over here thinking you can rule over us, take your ass back home." That's what they said. They said, "We're American now. Stop coming here and taxing us."
Yeah.
That's what they said. So if you want to know where these guys get this kind of idea
Yeah.
from, you get it
But
from the white man.
yeah,
That's where you get it from.
yeah, I
You get it?
understand that. I
You know?
understand that, Bennett. But what I'm saying is right. They know that's what they're doing. So until we observe that's what we're doing and we willing to change it, it will never change. You know, that's why Sanetta have that thing about banana boat and all of that, disrespecting people.
Exactly.
That's that
Exactly.
mindset. They know they're
And
doing it. That's my point.
his daddy came off the banana boat.
Yeah,
That's what's
exactly.
even more incredulous about it.
But
It's like
you know how much
it's confusing.
You know how much Americans like that? They like to disrespect whether it's African, Jamaican, Caribbean, whatever, right? Because they born in America. But guess what? Their parents from the Caribbean, their parents from Jamaica, their aunties, their cousin, their grandmother was from Jamaica. But they so ignorant, they know it too. But because they were so-called born in America, they have so much pride
No,
that they
it's not because they born in America. It's not because they born in America. It's because they're ignorant.
But that's
Those are
my
the ones
point.
that are
They're
doing it.
ignorant to the fact that they're born in America. No, some of them not
No,
even
no, no,
claiming.
no, no, no. It's
Hold on.
not that.
Some of them,
It's not
hold
that.
on. Some of them, man, listen. Some of them even claiming that they are not American now. They Moorish, they Hebrew, they all kind of things.
But what
bro.
I'm saying is, it's nothing to do with being born in America. You know, it's just they're ignorant, dude. They're
But
just
this is what
ignorant,
I'm
and they got
saying.
caught
When
up on
they got
some
the
lies.
ignorance, yeah, they got the ignorance from being born in America, bro. They follow the system. They follow these white men. They follow, you know, they adapt to their environment. And when you do that, you become that. You know what I mean? And the point is, the thing is to know when you're doing it. Everybody always talk about, oh, because of the white man, because of the white man. So okay, we know it's because of the white man. So what you doing to change it around?
It's just going against your own principles, hey, Ru. That's what it is. You
That's
don't
my
have to
point.
be born in America or a generation or two. It's not about that. It's clearly African Americans plenty that know that this xenophobic stuff is stupidity. It's
But you
going
know what?
against your own
You know,
principles.
yeah, you know,
There's
Bennett,
plenty
you
of
know,
us that
like,
know that.
you know, it's not just in America. You know what I mean? It's more in the Western
No,
hemisphere.
but that's what I'm
Because
saying. You
yeah,
have
because
this
certain
issue.
the US, look how sick it is, right? And just like I told you, a lot of their parents came from the Caribbeans. In the same thing with the US Virgin Islands. A lot of their parents came from the British Virgin Islands. But because they were born in the Virgin Islands, now they're looking down on the people in the British Islands. You
Oh
see how
yeah, yeah,
ignorant,
exactly.
yeah,
I
that's how
feel you.
ignorant
It's
this thing
crazy, man.
is. Yeah,
It's
and
crazy.
the worst thing about it, they get jealous of them because these people from the British, they are more hardworking because they had a harder life. You know what I mean? Because the US have more technology and this
Now
and
I
that.
see what you mean. Now I see
Yeah,
what you mean. You talking
back
about
then, now,
immigrants,
yeah, now the
immigrants
planes
turning
are
on their
little,
own selves.
yeah, now the planes are a little level now, but they would have the Chinese, the Arab, the white man, everybody else come on their land, take their jobs, take whatever, buy up businesses. And you know who they mad at? They mad at the ones that look like them or the Spanish that look like them. You see, so it's all over the world. It's the same attitude with black people, bro.
But you know, it was a time where these things were not an issue, bro. This is a very new, to the extent that it is today. It's a very new phenomenon. If you had, for example, Martin Luther King was great to people, or even Malcolm X. Look at them both in that time frame. They were great. People loved them. People respected them, right? But nobody once they listened to their words and they said, wow, they making some sense. I like what they're saying. And never one time did somebody say, yeah, but I wonder where his grandmother from. Nobody even bothered to check. Nobody bothered to ask. No one cared because it was about their words made sense. You see? And even in that time frame, if you just look at the same time frame that they grew up in, you had Caribbean people in America with African American people getting along, intermarrying, working together. They were in the same communities together. It wasn't an issue. Even in crime, they worked together. So it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Right. It doesn't. So this is like to this extent that they're having it today. This is a very new phenomenon to have so many people wondering about where your grandmother's from or what ethnic, who. It's just I find it very suspicious. I'm not saying that everybody doesn't have the right to whatever ethnicity they define themselves as. Everybody always have that right, but you're never supposed to use it as a sword against yourself and others most like you. Others for no reason who have done nothing to you. You're never supposed to do that. And these guys, they show you that not only can my granddaddy be from the Caribbean, but I could also be dissing Caribbean people today. and pretend that, I can fuel the flames. And that's what Sarnetta's doing. He's like fueling the flames,
And you know what?
and that's crazy, man.
I'm not surprised because, like I said, they fighting amongst each other, much less for people out of the country. You know, like you said, it's a new thing happening because, like, even if it had Muslims, Christians, this one and that one, you never used to see them going at each other like that. You know what I mean? Everybody used to hold their
They
own.
total hypocrites, hey, Ru. They
Yeah, they
talk
used to.
about, look, they call Malcolm X a bitch, and then they swing back and
Martin
pivot
Luther.
back to Malcolm X would have never said that. But then let's apply their same theory then. Where's Malcolm X's parents from? Where's his family from? And then their whole theory falls apart again. Oh, yeah, they're not, all of them ain't from America. So you see, they have no method to their madness other than foolishness,
Madness.
division, madness. It just don't make any sense what they're doing. So
Hey,
Martin Luther King was all Negro, but they don't protect him. No, the all Negro man is a bitch, right? Because I didn't like his words. But then they pivot over to Malcolm X, and his mother's not, in their words, ain't all Negro. And all of this shit, but they respect him somehow. No,
Look
they
how
don't respect either one of them. They don't respect Malcolm X or Martin Luther King.
They acting like they think for Malcolm X, but they agreeing and going with everything that he stand against, and the people that he stand against, and the people that say they had something to do with his murder. They still hold these people up on a pedestal and then turn around and act like they like Malcolm X. Like, it's like, come on, man. Go ahead, Andrina.
no, I was going to ask, hey, B. Bennett, so where you're at, do you see the same kind of issues like that, like what we're experiencing here in America over there? Like,
Black people?
with black people there, do you experience the same thing there?
Well, we don't. Now there are some differences though, but this thing about
where you from,
in a subtle way, because there's a problem here. Number one, that we don't have data. We don't have any data on the Black population. You don't have data. That's a new thing. The idea that there's people of African descent, the U.S. has adopted that structure. They were one of the leaders of it. So you get data on Black people, and therefore in America, you get data on anti-Black racism. But in Europe, largely you don't. But on the flip side of it, just how people live, there's still people that group up in terms of their ethnicity. There's a lot of people that do that. But at the same time, there's an emerging Black voice because now there's been a couple generations here that are immigrants, although there's been Black people here since like the 1700s, very few. Now there's a larger population, maybe like 70,000, maybe closer to 100,000, which live mainly in the capital, right? Not all, but the largest group is in the capital. So there's a significant Black presence here today, right? But now this discussion, it doesn't make sense because everybody's an immigrant, number one, pretty much that's Black. They consider themselves an immigrant. Number two, it doesn't benefit anyone because none of them have any. The Black people, all Black people here have the least amount of rights. Just by the fact, and they are. You could presume they are the hardest working people, and why that is because number one, they don't have any data collected on them, right? And number two, if you look in the hate crimes reports, they mention hate crime for Muslims, hate crimes for Christians, hate crimes for LGBTQ, hate crimes for women, and the only hate crimes for Jews. The only group of people that's not represented in there is anti-Black racism, and that's Black people. So you could presume they're being discriminated against at work. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't always have to be in extreme ways, but it could be through some very sly ways that a lot of people don't think about on the day to day, that affect your life. It could be in the banking. It could be in where you get your housing opportunities. It could be anywhere. And if you don't collect data on populations, you don't know. So so to
I
that
think they,
degree,
yeah,
you know, but
I
the
think they do
division,
that all over the world as far as what you
yeah,
just said.
yeah, but we don't have the data. But the vision, in terms of the division, nah, because we know we don't have much here. And if you start dividing up that easily, it's just like the last thing that we need. But I think it's true, like Shaka said, a lot of in Europe, a lot of the diaspora, they have always seen African Americans as being a healthy voice on issues, speaking against anti-black racism, standing up for the diaspora. They've already seen that in the last generations. This is the first generation where they're beginning to look and see something different. And I don't think people like Sonetta and them really realize the effect that they're having. You know,
They
it
don't
could
care.
be, yeah, I don't think they realize that, and I don't think they're being honest about it because again, a lot of the people they call elders have had a long-standing history of coming over to Europe and being received by these very black communities here, being
Yep.
received with open arms. You see, not having anybody say you don't know how it is here, so what you're saying doesn't apply to us here. None of them ever say that. You see, that never comes up as a question. So so I think it's kind of it's
Even
just flat out, in my view,
yeah,
wrong.
even Dr. Beno, just like a lot of these scholars, like they was some of them wasn't even born in America. You know what I mean? They from the Caribbean and from
Yeah,
but it was
that, that,
Puerto Rico,
that
his parents.
yeah,
So
Puerto Rico, I think,
yeah, so
and
it's just showing you that
probably the
even
mother
some of
from
these
Ethiopia,
leaders
but
that
yeah.
they say they follow,
Mm.
you know what I mean? So that just to show you the kind of disrespect, you know what I mean? Like they have no
Marcus
love in their
Garvey,
heart. Yeah, my
Marcus
all
Garvey
like
from Jamaica, Ivan Van Sertima. I forgot if he's Guyana, but it's not. He was not born in America, you know. I mean, you know, and that Fah Mohammed, he was
yeah,
allegedly from
just like
Arabia, but you
just
know,
like
probably from Pakistan. Go ahead, go ahead.
something I was listening to and I couldn't even listen to it no more because sometimes you just understand certain people point of views on certain subjects, but then when they start speaking out of character and talking about foreigners and this and that and disrespecting them like they somebody else and they better than them.
You mean Tariq Nasheed, right?
He's one of them, you know, even have
Yeah.
sisters, you know what I mean, that saying these ignorant things. So I'd be like, what the
Like
hell
who?
is you?
Like who? Like who?
I
Who's
ain't
sister?
mentioning no names right now, Shaka. We're just
Because
talking behind the scenes. But
you know Pan Africanism strike back. Sorry, Pan Africanism strikes back. He talked about Q Butter and Michi X making xenophobic statements, and I was surprised. So he told them that he disagreed with them, and apparently he was put off the panel. But
yeah,
you know,
that's what I
I
mean.
didn't see it for myself, but I
That's
heard
why,
him
yeah, that's
talking
why
about
I'm
that.
saying a lot of them have this ignorant point of view, Shaka. So just to show you, even those that act like they're not with these people that bias or with the community, they still have this foreigner kind of disrespect. Like I don't get it. Like what foreigners ever do anything to you? You know what I'm saying? Like it's just because they have intelligence. It's just because they stand for some. They, you know what I mean? They don't want. That's the thing I realize about black people all over the world. They don't like other black people from other places to be intelligent, to stand up for something, to have a voice, because they feel like they should be the leaders, you know. And that's an issue, man. They think like people supposed to be under them just because they're not from. Just like it's the same thing with these guys from New York. Where you from, brother? Where you from, brother? Oh, you not from New York? You, how can you? You know what I'm saying? So they do it all over, man. So like, it's no excuse, but that's just what they do.
And
Sister RP,
just to answer Andrea's question again, in Europe primarily, and especially here where I'm at in Denmark, the division is there's a very clear division among African people and Arabs, just straight up. You know, that is where the division is, and it's an ongoing, known, pretty much presumption that Arabs are prejudiced of black people and African people, sub-Saharan Africans. Like that's what you will hear people say. And so
Yeah,
when
they
you
are.
talk about discrimination here, they will talk
Big
about,
time.
yeah, there's discrimination from the white Danes, from the ethnic Danes, They grow up with that. They hear that. Everybody understands that. But then the black people also get it from the Arabs too, and that's the
I
part that's not talked about. And
I know what you're talking about
that's
because
why the data is so necessary here with anti-blackness, because a lot of times the white Danes think when you're talking about anti-black racism that you're just talking about them, and that's not true. You see, so the black populations in Europe, they experience a lot of racism, so they know a lot about racism and anti-black racism. And so for these guys to have these kind of panels where they presume that people don't have anything to add in on that, or that it's not
yeah, like,
important to have us,
yeah, like it's
that
only
is
American
ridiculous.
that went through. Yeah, they act like it's only Americans that went through slavery. Like
It's pathetic that they would
yeah,
discuss it this way today,
yeah,
because there is an ongoing battle that we all need to be on par with. And these guys are like stopping it. They're stopping the diaspora from linking up and taking arms,
yeah,
pretty much going arm to arm with each
yeah.
other.
Build at least
And they're
building
literally
some kind
going
of
against it.
communication. Yeah, building some kind of communication to have some kind of results. Because like I told you, like on a high scale, I like if we as people that don't even have much care even come together, imagine the people with money. They will never come together because the more money they have is the more they think they special and the more they think they better than people. So I'm not surprised that a lot of rich black people in America don't make the effort in order to build communications between people from outside the country or in Africa, because the people that have a good heart, you could even people from Africa that be rub hands with millionaires and they became a millionaire. I can't remember his name, but he went back Africa and he's building water lines and hospitals and schools and bringing people from out of the city to work because they need work, and it just show you like if it had more people with that kind of mindset, they will build communications with people like that and help them build and have their name and their have part to do with it. So in 5-10 years later, it might be a city and you could bring people over there, your family could be running things over there. Like, like it's just to me. And the other thing I don't get with black people, they always talking about the white man, the white man. It's like I already got the picture a long time ago. Regardless of what you do, how much people that make money, black people get rich and they expose themselves to the most filthy lifestyle in order to make money, because that's what society is. Who can expose themselves more, show their ass more, is who's more important. So yeah, if that's what they doing in order, and then they complain about the white man this, the system that don't matter what we do, they still killing us, yada yada yada, bop bop bop. But when it's time to do something about it, nobody don't want to go nowhere. I mean, and it have thousands of people in Africa that's from America or the diaspora, but people act like they don't see it, and the possibility of moving back to Africa is not possible when it's the most easiest thing to do right now if you apply yourself. I mean, you don't have to just jump over there, you know what I'm saying? I mean, you take it time at time, take a vacation, see what's going on, what houses cost, what kind of jobs, whatever you want to do. But I'm saying it's possible. But then they want to turn around and complain about the white man. You would never have any change because you don't have your own land, you don't have your own police, your own government, your own security, your own food, and so don't expect nothing to change. Once you own the people, you in their land, you depend on them for work and whatever the case may be, they're gonna have control over you. But go
Me,
ahead.
thank you. That I mean, I agree. With a lot of what I heard. I think it's good to have. We need to have objective perspective because unfortunately we are in a global system of racism, white supremacy. It took a while to become what it is, and it's going to take some time. It depends on the people who object to it, but it's going to take some time for it to be, superseded by something else. But the issue is, as far as powerlessness and powerfulness, and what you said about going back to the continent, some people want to go to certain parts of different colonized regions of the world and concentrate in those areas.
Yeah.
And anything's possible. But the thing is, once we get there, what systems and ideologies are we going to implement when we're there? What kind of mindsets, practices, principles are we going to implement it? Is it going to be these modified African, like sort of African American principles that's really still embedded in common law from Europe and embedded in maritime law, embedded in uh, basically
I already know where you're going.
Neanderthal-like
Yeah.
behaviors where
I see what
capitalism
exactly
is
what you
still the
said.
goal. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because I think that's a big problem we have now.
Yeah.
We've been so
Yep.
far removed from living natural lives. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? I tell
Facts.
kids that I teach every day, you know, there was a time we didn't have to pay for anything, right? Like we exchanged and we bartered, but it wasn't no really big thing like money and stuff, like
Yeah, yeah,
paying
yeah.
to live. Like, give
Yeah.
me a break. Like
I
something about
came
that.
from I
Hmm?
came from that kind of background, so I know exactly what you're talking about. If you had a
Yeah.
carpenter and you had a farmer, the guy would come and help you build your house, and then you return him with food from your land. You know, that was the kind of lifestyle. Everybody help
Yeah.
each other. You know, who
So
got
so
brown
that but
sugar? Yeah,
I learned
go
a
ahead.
while back there was different types of relationships in nature. You have um you have the parasitic, which is what I could give attributes of racism. It is parasitic, right? And you have what is it? Like communalism, mutualism, and some other stuff. I can't recall, but mutualism always seemed like the best way to go. And for African people, there has to be some type of mutual common ground. Yes, there will be some sort of tribalism because people, they're regional and they have different cultures and subcultures depending on where you are geographically and
Mm-hmm.
traditionally and stuff, and that can be respected. But at the end
Yep.
of it all, if we don't have no mutualism among African people, we're going to continue to be psychologically inundated and mimic the stuff we say we don't like. That's where I'm at. Like, what are we about to decide we want to do as a
And
people wherever we are
yes,
on this
that's
on
a
this
good
planet?
question. Yeah,
Well,
and let me just say something real quick, Chuck. And yeah, that's a good thing you said that too, because not only that we have to have the mindset to open our mind and leave the past in the past, and before we even do anything, or if we decide to take a trip, see what kind of cultivation and what kind of mindset some of the people that already moved from America or from Jamaica or wherever, because it even have people in Ethiopia, and most of them is Rastafarians, where they have their own land and they building and cultivating. So if you into that kind of lifestyles, cleanliness, not eating meat, you don't have to be in their religion, but if you carry yourself in a certain way, I'm pretty sure they're gonna accept you. So in certain different places of Africa, they have in cultivation, and everybody probably have their system or their way of life. So that's one thing we could do, is observe the lifestyle of the people over there and see how they react with each other, and that might give us an understanding of different lifestyles. But go ahead, Chuck.
Yeah, but I just want to tell the people that, and greetings to you, Sister Happy. I heard everything that was said. At one point, I turned off my camera. Then I had some issues, so that's why, I try to fix it. But I heard everything that was said. Earlier, Young Hero was saying, sometimes you wonder what is wrong. Sometimes he wonders what is wrong with our people. I think it's not necessarily the people, but the leadership. And I have to say some names.
Thanks.
What's his name? Umar Johnson. It's been 10 years that he announced the opening of the school. 10 years later, and after receiving millions, the school is not open.
Yeah.
Tariq Nasheed made a crowdfunding, and I believe he got at least $1 million. He came up with a storefront, and now apparently, I heard Sister Api saying that he's doing comedy in the place. I thought the comedy stuff was at some other venue. Um, Now, Farrakhan has clearly stated that, well, Mark disfigured and all that. He did say that members of the Nation of Islam were responsible, were involved in the assassination of Malcolm X. And that goes back to what actually, Young Hill was saying, if I'm not mistaken, that, they claim to be down, well, one of the two, they claim to be down with Malcolm X, but yet they are cool with the people who are responsible for his death. And of course, they do the blame game and they're going to say, he was the FBI or blah, blah, blah. But we've seen the teachings of the Moors, which is off, it's inaccurate, it's invalid. They have a hustle. They want to maintain their hustle. And yes, we can look at what place could be good for us to stay in Africa. Ghana seems to be the most stable country. Ethiopia is fine, but they are also xenophobic. It's not too much in the news, but the Omoro people, that was way back. But lately, the people from the Tigray region, they've been, killed, by the people from the government, Ghana seems to be cool now. I heard recently that apparently there's not a conspiracy, but a controversy about whether or not you can actually own the land. We can look at it further. But if it's not Africa, it could be somewhere in the Caribbean. You know what I'm saying? But there's so much things that's possible, because they've been raising millions for these efforts, just like the NOI had several plans, like the Power, POWER, which is an acronym for some program, they have some program for the land. So many people came up with some programs and people have raised millions of dollars. And in the end, it went in the pockets, just like the Million Man March. People donated. In the end, it went in their pockets and nothing was done. So it looks like the leadership is off. And then we have, small groups like the House of Consciousness, who is cool with all those Asiatic Black men movement, who promotes them. And when they make money, then the money is being sent to the community child molesters and all that. So at one point, we have to learn to separate ourselves from the people that we fundamentally disagree with. Those guys, they're more into competition, like Jabari Osase. When he talked about polite, it's obviously more to do with competition than caring about the children. Otherwise, he would apply the same rigor to ICPK, who support their convicted child molester. So it's up to the people to decide. So much things is possible, if we are on the same page. That's the main thing, you see. If we are on the same page, we cannot have this group of people who think they are Israelites, this group who think we are Moors, this group who think we are Black Muslims, and this group think that we should deal with metaphysics and astral projection and root chakra anal activation. It doesn't work. It's incompatible, And my position has always been, people who are non-Abrahamic, people who respect Black people, people who respect Africans, because that's where we come from. Science tells us that, let's click up and let's see what we can do. There's a lot that we can do. But every time we try to do that, because it's one thing that they will leave aside, they will act like, oh, Shaka is a gossiper. Shaka is a slanderer. But they know what I stand for. I've been very clear about what I stand for. And it's been for like 2 decades, nearly, that I've been clear about that. And they don't like that. They want the people to be into all these different groups that haven't done anything significant for us. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the Moorish Temple of America was founded, even though it was called like the Canaanite Temple or something like that. That was 1913, 110 years. And what do they have? Those Moors, they have sent so many people to jail. They have given them some false doctrine and teachings, and people have claimed sovereignty. And they ended up in jail. I mean, just yesterday, I read somebody's bio on Wiki where the guy talked about sovereignty, but I forgot who it was. But all that to say that some people took over people's properties and claimed to be sovereign. They ended up in jail, man. You know what I'm saying? I mean, even the HOK himself, the HOK itself. Natu Tahudi was in jail because of drug. Somebody said that Sankofa been to jail because of drug. There's a young brother, Marcus.
Marcus, yeah.
Yeah. Who was he killed or was he sent to prison?
Well, they say he was on drugs and he in jail. That's what I heard.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I mean, damn, man. And it's a bit like Chicago. Chicago is the headquarters of the Nation of Islam. And we know how Chicago is gully, Chirac. So it's obviously
And
not effective. Yeah, go ahead,
it's
Young Harry.
funny. It's funny, about that too, because they act like people from the diaspora and all over the world, like in especially Africa, even in Chicago. You mentioned that because they just, how like Caribbean people have their sale, like the market sale and food and all of that, clothing. People from Ghana in Africa does have the same thing in Chicago. They had a big thing in Chicago not too long ago. So they acting like these people are not there doing business. You have people from all over the world in all these, even the Chicago that's supposed to be so bad. And it had some white guy that speaking Yoruba language or Yoruba.
Yoruba, yes, Yoruba.
Yeah. And the African people were so surprised that, he's speaking to them in their language so fluently, you know what I mean? And that's right in the heart of Chicago. I'm like, look, you know what I mean? The evidence is there. So all these things you hear in these guys on YouTube saying that's not the way it is. You have people from all over the world that communicate with each other and get along with each other just fine because they have the mentality of togetherness. And those that have a platform is decisive, they destructive, and they're trying to separate us on every level. You know what I mean? Even where you from, you know what I mean? So the people that kill each other, that stab each other in the back, is the people that grew up in the same project, the same neighborhood as them. So I mean, so what are you fighting for?
But then when
Some
you're gonna bring that up, they're gonna say, "Oh, it's because of the white man." Go ahead, Sister RP.
some of these people, a lot of people haven't, like, I'm not saying majority of them, but a lot of people haven't grown up in like urban so-called areas or whatever, but they've been
Indoctrinated.
conditioned by the
Yeah.
same type of propaganda,
Yep.
European and American, as an offshoot propaganda. um its main thing is division. That's a tactic, divide and conquer.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was just going to say, to the point you're making about the leadership and the people, a lot of times when we get together and we discuss stuff, we're just further perpetrating the divide we were taught that is supposed to be and is somehow natural when it's really not. And then I think another thing is we have to really understand, as African people, we're being entertained to death. We find entertainment in division. We find entertainment in fighting and bickering, and it varies from what's happening, among these spiritual groups, what's happening among the people that are in so-called politics, and also in the entertainment world. Everywhere I look online on social media, it's division, and it's entertaining, and it's doing something to us mentally, where we literally we've lost our minds at this point in time. I think we have collective insanity, um, and the technology that could be used to strengthen people, to
Yep.
allow people who otherwise wouldn't be able to do things and have access to the things, instead of it being concentrated and used for those things. you know People, there's one group of people that are using the technology to their advantage to continue to dominate. And then the people that are being dominated are using the technology to help people dominate them further, and to
Yep.
also just be mindless. So we have to decide that as well.
Yeah.
How do we want to integrate ourselves, or how do we want to integrate this technology toward being unified and free as well?
And I just want to say one more thing too. I don't want people to get this thing twisted. I ain't just talking about Americans, you know what I'm saying? I'm talking about black people as a whole, even people from the Caribbean, Africa. Everybody have bad people in the group that do the same thing. So everybody have to be mindful of being respectful to each other, no matter where you come from. You know what I mean? So
Don't come in other people area and being disrespectful because you have a certain way of life or way of living and you feel that they are not living that way. You know, you try to understand them and understand their struggle and how why they are the way they are. You don't just have an opinion, and that goes for everybody. So don't be too quick to run to judgment about other people. You know, that would help in the conversation, I think.
Yeah, I agree because sometimes you have a few continental Africans who act like they know better because they lived over there and they've been in
Yep.
the village and there are some elders. But at the end of the day, they cannot document what they're talking about, and it's a bit sad. So yeah,
And
some people are.
and
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
yeah, and one more thing too, the conversation is so pathetic, when they try to separate people because the majority of people today, no matter if it's white, black, Indian, African, Caribbean, everybody's with everybody. Everybody have children with everybody. Like there is no separation anymore. We all intertwine and intermix for maybe 100 years now. As far as people going from different continents and different countries and getting jobs and meeting their wives, and that's how it happened. You interact with people you are most close by. So when you see a white person, vice versa, woman or man with each other, 9 out of 10 he might have grew up around that area his whole life, and that's the kind of women he was around. So that's what happened. And it's the same thing, just like all my brothers, they have children with American women. So in saying that, like, the conversation itself doesn't even make sense because the majority of these guys talking negative about foreigners, their parents or their cousins, there's some family members have somebody from somewhere around the world that have kids with them, and their generation keep going on. Like miss me, what I'm saying? Like common sense
And
alone should
and
tell you it's
and
irrelevant.
and and indeed, I don't know if is it we lost V Bennett, but we've heard. Baisse le volume, Merout. Baisse le volume, c'est trop fort. We heard Tazayak labeling, MLK a B, even though he was a Black American. Sanetta said that, Tazayak is right. Now, then we heard the dude say that he hates Africans, um, and saying that the Africans not his people, Sanetta was saying, doesn't he have the right to prefer, to feel a certain way, what I'm saying, to see certain person as his brothers and stuff like that. So he was just making excuses for that, what I'm saying? But yet the people who rape children, they get a pass, what I'm saying? So the divide, indeed, we know who it comes from. And Sanetta is on table also saying we ain't no damn Africans, So just like the Butler Reggie, they would talk about the African science, they would talk about Kemet and all the cultures and society from Africa. But ultimately, they will be xenophobic, and it's so messed up. It just doesn't make sense at all, man. You know what I'm saying? They are all over the place. The only thing that unifies them really is just the money. That's the only thing that unifies them.
What's going on?
You know, I want to say maybe too, just African people globally, we've become hypersexual, and that's what I'm hearing a lot. These current dialogues for someone, man or woman, to want to pursue someone pubescent or prepubescent is not only an indication of past history, but it's also a sign that something has overcome the mind of that person, and is driving that person to um appease literally their lower self. The lower self is, from what I understand about chakras and everything, the root is where, creation and all that other stuff occurs energetically. But at the same time, if it supersedes your literal mind, like I heard somebody say, it'll make you, freaking stupid. And there's something so it's not only just disgusting, it's just not smart at all. Like, are you thinking like this is a kid? Like, I don't know what's happening where these people are so but then again, with this is the world we live in is also what I'm trying to say, which is why we need to really divorce and separate ourselves from this we have literally been marauded mentally by a dominant culture that eats its young. Like, we have been. These people don't care about kids. These are the people that are dominating societies in
Yeah.
many parts of the world. They discard their young. They don't care about kids. They molest their kids. They expose their children to violent things at very early ages. I watched a video, this white guy in Texas, or yeah, he's in Texas. He has a horror house where you can pay to be brutalized. You can pay to be brutalized in the sake of adventure. And they literally torture people, like, physically and mentally, and you have to use certain words to be like, okay, I'm tapping out, I'm done. Well, the disturbing part was he had his children present in the house when one of the people that paid for this service came in. It was like three kids, two boys and a girl, and they were like, well, what is your dad doing right now? And it was like, oh, he's scaring people, blah 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 blah. And how's he scaring them? And then it goes, oh, he's torturing him. And they're laughing about it. These are kids that ain't even 6 and 7 yet. And so they've been seeing this for a long time from this adult. And now they're gonna turn into that sadistic man.
Yeah,
And
they have been desensitized.
right, they've been desensitized. And so here we are, literally. I read a lot, and I'm just talking about America because that's where I live, because I understand that's how this particular place was set up by this people, this man and his cousins and his friends, the ones that make the decisions and whatnot. And they literally have predominated culture and practice and procedure,
So
and we're mimicking that mess. That's what
yeah,
I'm trying to say. Black people, stop mimicking these people. They
Yep.
rape their kids, they abuse their
yeah. So
kids. We don't have to do the same thing.
No, we
yeah,
don't.
because a lot of people try to use this chakra thing, and is that scientifically facts, chakra? The whole chakra is just metaphysics. The whole
No, it's not scientific at all. Not scientific at all. And no, I thought. You know I thought like with I thought that's one of the reasons people deal with the science
I
with the
I
meditation,
saw
because they
I,
really can just see troublemaker. They can talk about anything and they don't need to substantiate it. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
And
I
yeah,
I totally understand where she's coming from, because regardless but then again, you don't know what's real, because when you have a mindset of something, it contradicts your logic, and it makes you feel that it's real, because you have these senses in your body. So you know it's certain things about it that's facts, because you see society, and you see that, just even like Seti said, that a lot of these leaders have sexual deviance, so I am, like she said. So me, when I was just thinking about it, because all of us had to go through that. All of us was kids. All of us might have seen things or observed things that we shouldn't have as a child. Some parents are so openly about everything, and this is why even these young children, before they 8 years old, they're talking about girlfriend and boyfriend, because they already um exposed to so much that they shouldn't be exposed to. And that's why, if my daughter even mention anything about children, about crush, about any, I tell her I don't want to hear, and that's not so. They don't have no boyfriend, they too young for that, yada yada. You know what I mean? So just show you how society just program our children before they even have overstanding of anything about the flesh. You know what I'm saying? And that destroy a lot of minds, including people that was me me too, because there's some things like when I was 8, 9 years, and our older siblings have to be careful about what they leave around too, because they expose their brothers and sisters to things they shouldn't be, and because they've been exposed the same way that they shouldn't have been. And it will destroy a child mind, you know what I mean? So society use a lot of sexual deviance things and accept it, you know. So when it starts with the grown-ups, that anything and everything is accepted, it will affect the kids. That's why they don't have no control. So what she's saying is a fact, you know, like we have to start there, because a lot, and it shows every time in our community that is a lot of sexy, and just like this man that raped the 80-year-old woman a couple months ago. So if we don't have control of that, you know, I mean, I think that's a big step in humanity, when you could control yourself as far as the flesh goes, in order to even become something greater. So that's probably a good topic to be having, because even some things like, I am not proud of everything I did in my past, but a lot of situation and experience might have contributed to my logic and why I did what I did. And I feel like like I told you about giving humans the benefit of the doubt, but yet they keep crushing you. They keep lying. They keep saying that they're different, and when you make the exception, they still turn around and do you the same thing. So you know, certain things you do is based off your environment and what happened to you, and over time you try to change because you see that it's not worth it, you know. But in saying that, I think that that sexual and deviance thing is a big issue, and it's a big start
Oh,
in humanity problem. Go ahead.
can I interject this? I'm a mute for a while because I know I said a lot. I just want to say something really quick. As a person that is around kids often, I teach at public schools and in after school programs. Parents,
Mhm.
men and women, please stop letting your daughters walk around like they are grown adults. I
Yeah.
see more midriffs than I see on a beach in schools with middle school. We're talking about children for one reason or another. They are in full bloom either because of the food they eating or because of genetics. All I know is these kids are more shapely than me. I didn't had a kid and they haven't had any, and they are looking like they're looking like body wise they're on par with me. And I'm getting older, so my body shape, women's body shape starts to decline as they get older, so they really looking ideal. And these kids is 6th grade, 8th grade, 10th grade. This lash phenomenon is driving me nuts. So the kids that don't have bodies are compensating with hair and lashes
Mhm.
and makeup and nails.
Mhm.
What is the real deal? So not only are we making our kids sexual targets, but then we're enriching people with all this fake stuff at the same time. What gives? I tell these kids every day, you have pedophiles in this school. You'll never know because they are good at it. Okay? Stop making yourself available visibly to these people. Come on.
Yeah.
That's all I was
And
going to say.
it starts at a young age, because like I told you, even I'm a single father, and my daughter is 7 years old, and I have to tell her no a lot, because from things she see, or even other people parents, they let their children do this and do that, or before they 10 years old they have something so skimpy on, you know, like it's way above their knees. I'm like, that's a little girl, like what's she doing with that? Like it does. So like she said, like even if the food and they this and that, you have to learn to dress your children appropriately and make sure they are well covered. And that doesn't mean they have to have a blanket on, you know. They have to have something appropriate, you know. And that's understandable, you know what I mean. They're human beings, and they are gonna grow, but you don't have to expose them, because that's what society see as acceptable. And that's what they doing to the children before they even could comprehend, you know. And yeah, and when you do that, that's why when they turn teenager or young adults, they half naked out there. You see what's going on in the world. I mean, these women out here walking, and they the ones that's the most popular and the most this, and that's who the people follow. They got net dresses on and all their body parts out, you know. So yeah, it just shows you like it starts from the head. We have to do better as a people. But go ahead.
Yeah, and yeah. You know, there's so many girls, young girls, that they stick their tongue out. It's suggestive. Sometimes they have pictures and they have their legs wide open. You know what I'm saying? Even if they don't have skirts, even if they have trousers. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a girl. She was from Cameroon. Um, and she was asked, you know, what do they do when a girl sits with the legs? Oh, tu vois? She's lucky. She's lucky. With my feet, I was
Good
able to
job.
catch her head. You know what I'm saying? She's so lucky. But anyway, she's from Cameroon, and she was asked, you know, what do they do when a girl sits with her legs open? And she said they take a broom, they throw it at you. You know what I'm saying? But you know, I see people taking pictures on social media with the legs wide open, and yes, indeed, you know, we see those. Now there are others that they barely wear anything. This is little girl. Well, a girl. She's like in her 20s, I think. Chloe Bailey, whatever. I think she was in Disney before. Disney, whatever. She played in a series or movie, and she's getting a back blown. You know what I'm saying? Doggy style. And I'm like, damn, man, you know, you don't need to do stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, people are gonna say it's a movie, it's art.
But
But
you know,
yeah,
that's how they program it. That's how they program society, you know, to everything to be acceptable. So when you let these things happen, it just shows that yeah, nobody like I guess people don't have a say, but we the ones that looking at it. So when you look at it, you making them money to do it more. So you know, it's like yeah, we as society accept everything, and that's the issue, man. Because like I said, it's the exposure to these things. To now they even have it on commercials. You know what I mean? On YouTube, everywhere you go, is these sexual deviants kind of act that even back then, regardless if it between a man or a woman, you wouldn't see that on public national TV like that. You know what I mean? It had
yeah,
to be
yeah,
on some PRG, some rated R movies. And when it come on, your parents tell you go sleep because they don't want you watch it. Or just like you said, like back, I don't know how it is today, but when I was growing up, I heard that over 1,000 times. It don't matter who the woman was, mother, cousin, auntie, friend, stranger. Anytime they see a little girl with their legs not appropriately, they tell them, close your legs, you know, tap them behind their head. You know, that was like a number one thing to teach them respect. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, our society has changed, and as far as parenting, it's bad.
Yeah, I agree with all that. I still, you know, I still think it's because it's more available. Pornography was going on back in the day, you know, all that was going on. We just didn't hear about it because we didn't have the means for that stuff to be told to us back then. A lot of that deviant behavior was happening. I think what we need, you know, we have to realize again, all this stuff is going to get worse because of technology, because we see it more. When we know better, we do better, right? So all of us have, you know, and I say all of us, I can speak for myself. I know I've done stuff in my past that I'm not proud of, but at the end of the day, I took ownership of it and I moved on. The problem is a lot of people seems like they don't want to take ownership for the behaviors they participated in, even if you learned it from somebody or you saw it on TV or whatever the case may be. We are still responsible for our actions and how we do what we do. And if we don't take ownership and we keep blaming the devil if it's bad and God if it's good, or my mama did it or my daddy did it, we're never going to grow because we're going to constantly look outside of ourselves and say that person or that thing caused me to be this way. It may have started you on a road that's not good for
Yeah.
you, but at some point we have to take
Everybody else.
responsibility for
Yeah.
our actions and what we do and say and move forward. And so again, back in the day, all that stuff was going on. You heard it in the songs. Me and Mrs. Jones, you know, somebody was cheating on somebody. You had the cleanup woman who said, I'm coming for your husband since you ain't taking care of him. I'm gonna take care of him. You had pusher man you had Freddie's dead. They were doing drugs. They were doing heroin. They were doing all that stuff back then. We just didn't hear about it because it wasn't pushed on mainstream like it is today. All of that was going on. I mean, people were, and even in our families, some of our families growing up, the women were told, girl, you better keep that man. And don't care that he's cheated on you 100 times. You better keep, that's a good man. Okay, so, and back then the definition of a good man is he was coming home, not that he was sleeping with 20 women, but that he was coming home to you as opposed to staying out. And so all this stuff has been out there for a long time. What we have to do again is take accountability for our actions and teach our children better. But if we're still acting that way, which we see a lot of adults doing, even grandparents who should know better, when you get to be my age, and being 61, you should know better. But if you're constantly going outside of yourself to blame somebody or say God did it or the devil did it, you never grow and you stay in that mindset of a child. And that's what we're seeing today. There's people who didn't do the hard work because that's not easy. It's not easy to look at yourself and say that.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing, but like one thing I realized, Antrina, about saying those kind of things is that I cannot think for everybody. I already realized that everybody mind don't think the same. Like just like how you have the logic to understand that you grown and you have to take actions for yourself and this and that. Some people never learn that.
Exactly.
That's the crazy thing about it. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. When you get to be, when you don't do the hard work is when you continue to go out there and do those things. I mean, I know a lot of people have gone through some serious atrocities, and sometimes those things are hard to overcome. Empathy to those people, but some of that stuff is not. Some of the stuff that we do, we choose to do it because it makes you feel good, and it puts you in with the in crowd, and it makes you seem like you're popular. And at the end of the day, it's doing something contrary to what we should be doing. It's just like Sister RP was saying. There comes a time when we have to tell our children and stuff. I remember one of my nieces came to stay with me one summer, and she at 13 had some huge breasts. And when I went and took her clothes shopping, I told her, you have to pass the crack test. She said, well, what is that? I said, when you bend down and too much of your chest is showing, and if your dress, the crack of your butt is showing, you can't buy those. You can't have those clothes. There's something you need. There are people out here watching you. You look like you're 17, 18 years old. You're just 13. So that was going on back then. She's almost 40 now. So I mean, it was happening, and we just have to help. We have to help guide them and help them along the way.
Yeah,
And
that was my point too. Yeah,
so
we have
to be active in that.
Yeah,
but
the parents used to be more have more control over their kids as far as what they do and how they do and when they do it. And it don't matter if it's a branch of a tree. If you did wrong, you would get a whooping and you would learn from it, So
yeah, but you can't do that these days. Now you can't whip your kids like you used to, right? Because your kids can call the police and say. Now I used to tell.
Society has done that. They take the control out of the parents' hand. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
To a certain extent, I understand abuse and all of that. It have a limit. You can't be treating your child bad or hitting them to the point that you damaging their bones and blacking their eye and all that nonsense. No, it don't work so. You whoop them on their butts till they cry and thing like that, but you don't beat them to a point like you're abusing them. So I understand why it has rules and regulations also. Some people just like a lot of things is because of humans take it too far, that they had to put in some kind of rule and regulation in order to protect the children. But now the tables have turned, that the children take full advantage of the law.
Yeah.
Can I make a comment about something Texas Bama said? I just seen your daughter isn't alone. I grew up Catholic in New Orleans, and I took it serious. For some reason, it hit me, and I was serious. I love the Creator and Jesus, and prayed a lot, and was made fun of because of that. I was called a Jesus freak, and then um as I got older, because I wasn't seen with a male, counterpart, I was accused, not only made fun of, I was accused of being a lesbian. And I didn't quite know what that was. You know what I'm saying? But after a while, I literally started to ask, well, am I gay? Like when I realized what gay was, I'm like, no, I don't like girls. I mean, they cool, but I don't like them. You know, and people made me question my sexuality because of the sexuality they were being promoted and bought into because of the adults. You know what I'm saying? So this stuff has a lot of different directions and ways it could go. You know, my self-esteem and confidence took a big hit because not only was I not being approached by boys my age, guess who was approaching me? Grown men. I remember a grown man, I was walking to the bus with my trumpet. I was in the marching band, and this guy came from around the corner. He must have seen me before, and he was like, "Do you think you could be mine?" And I remember contemplating, you know what, bro, you about to get this whole trumpet case. If you touch me, this gonna be the end of your head. I had
How
a
old were you?
how old was I? I think I was 14. Oh, that ain't the worst. That's
That
not the
ain't,
worst.
yeah,
I'm walking to the bus again, a different day, and a
yeah.
car pulls up. It says Louisiana State Police. And that man said, he was in uniform. He said, "You want to ride to school?" And it was obvious I was a kid because in New Orleans at the time then uniforms was a big thing. That's how people was able to know what school you went to, public or private. So it wasn't no secret that I was in private school. Matter of fact, he knew I was going to an all girls school. But school was the operative word, right? That was a cop, as far as I know. And I don't know what his plans was. He could have been trying to molest me, rape me, or kill me and dispose of me. I
Yeah,
just know this whole sexuality thing is out of pocket, and we really
yep.
need to start looking
Being,
at
yeah,
these symbols and stuff because they don't hide that they pedophiles. A lot of these people, you know what they promote when we got people dressing their babies in little like little grown women clothes, and you look at like the copper tone bottle. I don't know if y'all ever seen that. You know, it's a picture of
I
a
know.
little girl with her butt out on the damn bottle for skin. Yeah, Shaka,
That's
look it up.
crazy.
Copper tone. They had
But
to change it. But you
yeah,
know, going back to even what is that? Shirley Temple. And they had her in movies where she was, you know, 4, 5 years old playing a prostitute. And here we are just we
what?
bigging it up. Yeah, it's on
That's
YouTube.
crazy.
You
Wow.
know, so this stuff, like I said, it
Yeah,
has so many dynamics.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
like I said, like in the islands too, it's like it's everywhere. That's in New York, wherever it was a thing back then. And it probably still is in certain areas. That I even met girls afterwards in their 20s that told me about some of their story, and it happens to a lot of the, especially the pretty girls, middle school, high school. Back then people didn't even used to ask questions. All kind of grown men in their 30s, 45 years old, picking them up from school. They got the new Jordans, jewelry, always get some to eat. They wouldn't even talk to guys their age because they got grown men that giving them everything. Not everything, but anything is something to them because they young, they came from the struggle. So, and then their parents don't even pay attention to where they are after school. So in saying that, yeah, it happens all over. Even the girls were like 16, 17, and she told me, yeah, she's this guy used to be messing with her and he was 30 in his 30s. And I'm like, damn, where your mother was at? And you should understand how small the place is. So the guys them they'll be 10, 15 minutes away. You know what I'm saying? And that's the thing. So a lot of, and that it becomes a trend now that that's why you see so much women when they're young in their 20s, they just looking for a man that have something, because from middle school, high school, that's what they've been taught. Like, all I have to do is have sex, and this guy's gonna give me this and that. But now they want more because they grown. So they want rent, they want phone, they want things paid. So they looking at, and that's why you see these things on even YouTube about gold digger pranks. They will disrespect the guy because they think he's a bum. But then when he turn around and go to his expensive car, they come running back to him. You see, that's the mentality of the majority of women in not in this Western hemisphere, and I know it too because I ain't even going to speak on personal stuff. But yeah, if you have a nice car, oh, it don't have to be yours. You could be in a Benz, you don't even have to say a word. You just pull up. They gonna come and talk to you. You know what I'm saying? Because it's all about what they could get from a man, and that's not all women. I'm not. Don't get me wrong. I'm
Yeah,
just
because
saying a
you was
lot.
talking about me and I didn't like it. No, I'm just kidding.
Stop it. I got sisters, I
I'm
got
just kidding.
friends, you know. Yeah, so some women are always been in their books, always work hard for what they want, become, you know, lawyers, technicians, bankers, whatever, nurses. But it has those that been tricked to think that just get with a man and he's gonna give you anything you want because they was taken advantage of as a teenager, you know. So, and like she
And
said, some of them have low self-esteem because they wasn't appealing to some of the younger guys because their parents was respectful, so the children dress respectful. But those that parents not respectful, you see their children wearing skimpy skirts and the tightest whatever, so they could get appealing from the boys. So that makes some of the females that were actually dress respectful feel bad, and you know, like she said, put nails on, wigs on, and all of that, and they're looking for attention. So now it's easier for a predator to just come and, you know, make them feel good about themselves. But go ahead.
just a piece of advice. It doesn't even have to be after school, because when I was in secondary school, there was one girl in my class. We basically have a book, and in the back there's the planning, or you know, the time we start, the classes we have, you know, French, English, mathematics, and so on. So it's for the whole week, and um, she had put that we have a class when we don't. And I said, "What did you put that we don't have it?" I thought she made a mistake. She said, "No, I put that so my parents think that I have a class, so I can do whatever I want." You know. Now, if I remember correctly, she did that only for 1 hour, but some people may do that for 2 hours. So that's enough time for her to go out wherever she wants. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
Or they
she
would,
has. Yeah. Go ahead.
or they would go act like they go school and skip school, you know. And
Yeah. So some will skip school, but then when you
yeah,
skip school, you know,
sometimes it don't
the
get
school's gonna send.
reported to your parents every time,
Well,
or if they
usually
miss
in
the
France,
phone
it's
call.
reported all the time. It's reported all the time. But you know, with that technique, you know what I'm saying? You know, hey, the parents think that she's having math or history lesson, but she's just hanging in the street. So she's gonna hang with girls, and eventually they might go to some dude's house or whatever. And you know, unfortunately, some girls ended up with some guy's house, and you know, they got raped or molested. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, we have to be careful out there. You know, she
Yeah,
might.
Yeah.
But
And you
yeah.
got to be
Go ahead, sister.
careful.
Go
Oh,
ahead.
sorry.
Go ahead.
Now, I was going to say, as a father, too, you know, you got to be careful about this idea that you can just beat everything out of your kids because, you know, and even just as a parent, because, you know, you could be making your kid, if you see your kid acting funny or they're doing bad behavior, you don't want to push your kid away from you, you know, and that's the thing. So you want to always make your kid feel like even if they're not doing correct, that they can always come talk to you. You don't ever want to make your kid feel like if they did something wrong, they can't come and tell you,
and
you
that's a
know?
lot of black families. Like, you know, they have fear of their parents. Sometimes it's vice versa. Sometimes it's the mother that's the one that hitting them hard, or the father, and it's a vice versa thing. You know, it have it both ways because I already seen it both ways. But yeah, what Bennett says is exactly true because some of us grew up like that. You know, that we didn't understand that we was being bad and this and that, but when we grew up, we understand why it happened the way it happened. You know what I mean? Our parents beat us, whether it's the father or the mother beat us the way he did, even if it's not an excuse, because he should have more compassion and understand that we were children. But you know, and sometimes people let life determine, you know, how they react. They working hard, they have more than 5 kids, they under pressure, you know. But you know what I mean, like, so when you get older, you understand certain things, but at the same time, it might have some kind of, you know,
Yeah.
effect
Some
on the way
effect on
you
you.
grew up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. And that's when, you know, as we're all saying here, you know, at some point though, you know, we can't, if you're able to make it past the trauma, at some point we're going to still have to, we can't keep saying that's how I was raised, right? because there's there's more to learn. I mean, I'm 61 and I'm still learning. When I come on here and I hear some of the stuff that these guys are talking about, I mean, I don't know the names of the people that you guys know out there and everything like that, but it's still refreshing to know that there's still people who are 20 years my junior who this is important to, compared to these people who are my age who should know better. If you haven't worked through the trauma and you haven't worked through, I mean, because it's something with us on a daily basis. I mean, I don't care where we go, it's that constant fear of being pulled over or whatever. So it's constant trauma. But the stuff that we know that we've gone through growing up, there comes a time we have to reckon with all of that and go do the hard work, because that's what's going to take most of all this other stuff away. And when we take the time to do the hard work, and I'm telling you, from my own experience, I can tell you it was not easy. I think I call it the Welly Gullies, because depression sounds too rough. The Welly Gullies made me laugh when I thought about it. It took me 3 years to go through all of it and come out on the other side. It seemed like the darkness was going to last forever. So I gave it a name that I could deal with, so it make me chuckle, so I could go through it. But it took me 3 years. And when I got to the other side, I could tell that I was a different person, and other people could tell that I was a different person. Still growing, still learning. I mean, still going through all this other stuff, still growing. And I'm glad that I'm where I'm at today. But it took some work. It didn't happen overnight. It took time, and we really have to give ourselves the time to heal from whatever stuff that you can. Because some stuff is so traumatic, and I understand. I'm not just making it sound like that, but I know some stuff is really traumatic and it might take a little longer. But we really do have to do the hard work. I mean, I kept saying I wanted somebody to come to me with, I wanted quote unquote Jesus with skin on him, because I was a Christian back then. I wanted Jesus with skin. A person never showed up. I always got a book. A book would come my way that would help me understand why you're doing what you're doing, and this is how this can help you stop or whatever. So it took, I mean, book after book. Every book was the best book I ever read. This is the best book I ever read. This is the best book I ever read. And when I got to, I mean, when I was able to see the sun coming out, it was the most beautiful thing I had ever experienced. But it took time, and it took me getting in there and saying, can't keep doing that, Andrea, because some of that was your fault. And so I had to accept what I know that I could accept, and the rest of it that I couldn't.
That's the
you
thing.
just you have to let you, and you have to forgive people. Yeah, you do have to forgive people to a certain extent, but I still think that's kind of overplayed. But to help yourself move on. But at the end of the day, I'm so glad.
Coming from, like I said, I get you. You know what I'm saying? But I already come to the conclusion that all minds are not the same. So I like the unexpected is always expected with me, because my experience already taught me so. And you're right. People have to, and some people, a lot of them, the majority of people, while it was in the moment and it was happening to them, they keep making the wrong decisions when all the right decisions is in their face, and they telling them, don't do that again. Don't, and that would be the last time they do it, whatever it might be. They might have to think about it as having fun of their life, but they neglecting all the priorities and the things that matter. And sometimes they don't get a chance. So some people, they give up quickly. Like some people have money and a little thing happen and it shake their world, they commit suicide. So I totally understand where you coming from, but I totally understand that all minds will never be the same, and all people will never understand the same, and all people outcome will never be the same, so we have to be careful, with everybody we interact with, because they might seem just like you, but they might go through some things that's way less, and they can't accept it, and they, just like people losing their jobs, like racism is still a thing. It happened to me not too long ago, you know what I'm saying? But I ain't speaking of my personal issue, but some people like me, I already learned that a job is just a job, and I learned from young when I lost a job and how it made me feel and accepted what to do and what not to do and who you are as a man or a black man in certain situation have to understand your outcome is not gonna be the same as this one and that one, even if you're right. But
Yeah.
yeah, and saying that, so yeah, it's a
Yeah.
lot.
And
Some people like me, like I just move on, try to get another job. But some people they
mhm,
can't do that. They come back, they shoot up the place, they
right.
kill their family member. They come, so I understand
Yeah.
that all minds will never be the same. But go ahead.
Yeah, and that's all that's good points and everything, and so like I said, I still think it gets back to how much are we willing to deal with ourselves, because when we do all that, I mean it I'm just saying, I'm not saying the outcome's going to be the same for everybody, but I think at some point the light bulb comes on, and you see yourself for yourself. So you're not, it doesn't, those things don't become an issue for you anymore. So you lose a job, you get another one. So you
Yeah,
have a man, you get another man. So you have a woman, you get
somehow
another woman.
some
But when you
light bulbs don't come
yeah,
on
some light
together,
bulb. Yeah,
everybody.
yeah, and that's that, and we see that in
That's
some
the
of the elderly
problem.
people,
Yeah.
and that's what I'm saying. Because if you're not willing to go back again, I still think it has to do with that hard work, going inside and doing that hard work. It- Look, I'm still learning. Like I said, if we get to the point where we're too old to learn, then we're not good for anybody. And when we get to a point where we think we know everything, because I said so, because I know so, you don't know what that other person, how they're experiencing, and it could be somewhat similar to you, but still experiencing it a different way. We still have to be empathetic and stuff like that, and that's what I'm talking about. It's not so much that the light bulb comes on in the big sense of the word, but enough for us to say, okay, I understand some of what you went through, and I can have empathy. And that's where we lack, because when we get to be my age, again, I'm gonna keep coming back to my age. I know I may not be the oldest one on the panel, but my age, there comes a time when we should know better. You don't have to be taught to know better. You just should. There's just some things you should know better not to do. And the number one thing here that the platform that he has is molesting our children. Okay, that should be a no-brainer. It shouldn't be. You shouldn't. When you get to be my age, I mean that's any age, but I'm just saying my age. There comes a time when you just have to say that enough is enough. And because you don't want to do the hard work, because again, these guys keep concerning themselves about stuff that's historical, that's not helping us today, because it has no bearing. How is what they're talking about, especially if they're saying it's okay to sleep with a girl once she starts her flower comes. Okay, so if you're learning that, then how is that? Then you're going to have a reason to keep participating in the behavior, right?
That's my point.
Some of these people,
That's my point. Go
I've
ahead.
been able to see like this variety of mindsets. Some of the people that we're talking about are groomed by religiosity to say that this
Mm-hmm.
is okay, right? Then you have some people, I'm not trying to disparage these people, but there are some people that literally have their minds just don't work that well. They're kind of in almost childlike states of mind,
Mm-hmm.
very simple, to where gravitating toward kids is almost natural in a way. I used to work at a mental health facility where there was a guy, they said if it wasn't for the fact that he was declared to be childlike and developmentally disabled, he would have been in prison because he had
Mm-hmm.
touched so many kids, and he also did some stuff to mutilate himself. So that has to be considered. Another thing that I think, just overall, when it comes to mind power, keeping your brain computer, like Dr. Francis Cresswellson would call it, healthy and working, is a lot of us, we are chomping on the wrong things. We drink things that are dissolving our brains and our bodies. So we can't even think right, because the body is fighting so hard to live and survive. That higher, more complex thinking is something a lot of us can't achieve,
Get up there.
because we literally poisoning ourselves. And then this, like Dr. Phil Valentine would call it, when you match poisoning oneself up with this light code programming that we talked about, where violence and sexual, you know, impropriety is a standard. you know, we got to figure out what we're gonna do with these people as well, because a lot of these people ain't gonna want to walk that straight
Yeah.
and righteous path.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That go back to the
Yeah.
mind that don't tick like everybody else, like she said. So it could be all kind of different reasons for the effects.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah, like you say, it could be drugs, it could be abuse, it could be social engineering. I mean, there's all kind of reasons you could come up with, you know what I mean? Like, the mental
And
issue is serious because it even have people that take advantage of mentally ill patients that can't even see or move. You know what I mean? They don't catch people that caretakers that raping the unconscious victims. So that does just show you how sick some people mentality
mm-hmm.
really are. And regardless of what, you not, like you say, just the way you process things, their mind can't even comprehend to start to process it that way. It have some people that I meet, all kind of people in the world, to the point that when I hear them speak or have an opinion, I know there's nothing in the world I could say that's gonna change this guy's mind, because every time I talk to him, his opinion is the same way. And it, and that's why it has so many different kind of characters, because like so many people that commit crimes,
Yeah,
that
but
you understand when people back against the wall, when people have to defend themselves.
mm-hmm.
But a lot
Mm-hmm.
of crimes, people is anger, jealousy, traitors, backstabbing, like kill you because you're making more money than me, kill you because I want your jewelry. Like, so the mentality, they don't even start to process before they even do anything wicked. Like it's like she said, it's like it becomes natural to them to do such things. So yeah, go ahead. Like let me just say this before I'm about to jump off, because Shaka got me on here early this morning. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to start my day. Yeah, but yeah, it was a good conversation. You know what I mean? Like it has all kind of theories and things concepts we could come up with about why, and like she said, what we gonna do with them, like just like she said about the mentality about going to other places like Africa. We can't come with this European mind state or ways of life and take it over there and think anything is gonna change, so in saying that, peace to the panel. I don't know when Shaka gonna come back
Same
on
to
again,
you.
but I appreciate the conversation and everybody's opinion. And this was a good one. This is like, I don't mind talking about the information at all. And like she said, these people, they stuck on this biblical narrative because they don't want to face reality. And that's another thing that they can't even process yet. Andrina, they can't even process that these biblical narratives they having is just a waste of time, and the real issues they running from, because maybe a lot of them have this sexual deviance, or they used to have it, so it's easier for them to just turn the blind eye, that they don't have compassion, or it's not that serious to even be having. But yeah,
Yeah.
have a good one, everybody.
You too. Yeah. We need to do that Michael Jackson song. Look at the man in the mirror. I mean, we got to look at the man in the mirror. We got to change our way. You got to look at the man in the mirror. And to Sister RP's point, people, I think Francis Cress Welsing said this too. The Jim Crow and all that stuff, the lynchings and stuff, that affected white people just as probably worse, because they stood there and watched us get burned. They stood there and watched us get hung from trees. They stood there and watched children. These are children. So we don't know, the impact of all of the, even what they're doing today has a lot to do with what they saw back then, because some of those people are still living. Some of those people are probably my age. Some of those people are probably just a little bit older, who saw all that abuse that they did to other people, which desensitized them to thinking that we aren't anybody, even to today. So to your point, that was a great point that you made earlier. I mean, we see so much of this stuff, and again, that wasn't broadcast. We didn't see it on TV, but the effects of it we see today. The effects of it. You guys, who's that one guy out there, Stephen King or somebody? He makes some of the grossest movies. Even though I don't watch it, the commercials scare me half to death. I don't need to watch
Yeah.
I don't need to watch the
when we
whole
were
movie.
younger, they used to push that on us till the part. Yeah, I remember them shows, like them devil shows and the crow and
Yes,
all of that. Yeah, it was a big thing. Like
they
everything
used,
this guy do is evil.
yeah,
Somebody
they,
said that he put that in the It books. As a matter of fact, I never read Stephen
Oh,
King and don't desire to.
me
I
don't
But
be.
remember
somebody said he has
Stephen
kids
King or
having
some shit
sex
like
in the
that.
books.
Oh yeah.
Really?
In the It book. I won't find
Wow.
out, but I've been
Not me
told
either.
on forums that that's what. So yeah, there we go.
Yeah. So I mean, like I said, they're our age. These are people growing up now who did experience all that. So I'm just, we just have to teach our children better and be better ourselves. We just have to do the work to help our community. And Shaka, hats off to you, bruh. I mean, we're on this platform because we stand with you when it concerns our children and our grandchildren and our nieces and nephews and cousins and all that. We stand with you on all that, and I am glad that I found your platform, number one, and that you give us space to come out here to stand with you and keep doing what you're doing. I know sometimes you get them body blows and stuff like that, and but we back here body blowing back with them. So you keep doing what you're
Thank
doing.
you. Yeah, they've been jumping me, man. It wasn't fair. It wasn't a one-on-one, but it's all good. But I appreciate that. Like I said many times, when I never done it but myself, all the receipts that was given to me, all the help and support, I really do appreciate it. And we will win this battle. We will be victorious. And in less than 2 months, people's gonna be singing. We're gonna have revelations. Like I said many times, man. Even if we had PhDs down with those people, there's nowhere in the world they can talk their way out of defending convicted child molesters. This is not possible. So everything that they do is out of desperation. So thank you very much, brothers and sisters. I'm going to make my closing remarks, which is the same. Stay safe, stay healthy. If I'm allowed to by the Necheru, I will definitely holler back at you. I don't argue, I steadfast. If you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. Do I to do a Necheru hotel. Now, for the record, for those who don't know, I'm giving middle nature classes. And here, that's the flyer. Okay? So, those who are interested, feel free to holler at me. If you're not interested, it's cool. But I recommend that everybody who has not yet seen the video, Kemet and Ma'at, Before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, then watch it. It has about 300,000 views and really deserves to have a lot more.
I just want to let everyone know who's listening in now and who's going to listen to this stream in the future. I just had my first Meta Nature class by Brother Shaka today, and I've had other Meta Nature lessons by other teachers, and I can tell you right now, the brother is the best in the game. He is that was one of the best classes I've ever had ever. So if you're interested in learning the Meta Nature, if you're interested in getting the basics of it, Brother Shaka is an awesome teacher. Get with him, and it's extremely affordable. This brother is giving us his time and his skills, and he's basically giving it away. I mean, I just consider it a donation. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody's interested in learning the Meta Nature, get with this brother right here. He's an awesome, awesome, awesome teacher. And I'll end with that.
Hotep Senu, Hena Senut. This is Julie, also known as Servant of Yah, and I'm currently taking the Medu Neture classes with Brother Shaka, and it has been an amazing experience. Only 2 lessons so far, and I feel like I've been taking the classes for months, just with the how in depth he goes into the vocabulary words, the construction of the language, the grammar. It's been immeasurable, the experience. And one thing that comes across, hands down, is his extreme passion for teaching this to anyone who is willing to learn and has an interest in learning. So I highly suggest, if you are interested, even a minimal interest, that you subscribe to the classes with Brother Shaka. It's such a nominal amount for how much you get. I know like our last class was over 2.5 hours. It felt like 2 minutes, but because that's how, you know, involved you are in what he's teaching and how he teaches and how compassionate he is about what he teaches. Also with sharing materials free of charge. No question, no doubt. It's just what he does. He doesn't have to, but he does. And so I just wanted to give a short testimonial about the class and the effectiveness of the class. And all of that is attested to how studied Brother Shaka is. So I highly recommend anyone with a minimal interest that you do sign up for the Medu Netia class. Hotep.
Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, which is Ma'at Forever. Don't forget to watch the video entitled Kemet and Ma'at. Don't forget to share Kemet and Ma'at on my channel on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, or other social media that you use. Email, text messages, you name it. Those who wish to donate can do so on paypal.me/Ma'at Forever.